continue an inquiry without the streaming being in place, does that mean we need to finish exactly at 5, or does there need to be a handover period?
No, from by 5 o'clock.
Okay. Ladies and gents, we've got a hard target for today. No, that's fine. As I say, better than the Zumba class.
And you get to stay in the room and everything.
And everything can stay.
So have the same hard target on the 18th, which I think is a week today. And I don't think we will still be here then, but on the 24th, if we were for some
okay.
Still here.
Yes, so each Wednesday, same issue. Wednesday.
Or Wednesday, and then it would be the Tuesday after that, but I think we'll to be here by then.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. Thank you. Okay, a couple of matters that were outstanding. Mr. Banner, I was hoping for a witness list from your just to make sure my...
it's in progress, I know, because I've seen emails about it. We'll get it to you during the course of today.
Yeah, just a matter of simplifying my...
Yes, no, absolutely.
...writing authorities, but we have to... Thank you very much.
It is in train.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Let me just find my document list. Those Word document 5 as they referred to. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Okay. Any matters raised their head over yesterday evening that we need to be aware of before I come to Mr. Banner for the first of his witnesses, Mr. Smith, on that scale?
Nothing from us, sir. No.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Banner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll give you onto the witness desk. I'll start by introducing the witness by reference to what he says on section 1, page 1 of the proof. You tell us there that you are Jeremy Smith, Director of SLR Consulting, founder member of SLR's landscape architecture practice, which now has over 120 landscape and master planning staff across the UK as well as Australia, New Zealand and the USA. You picked the short straw being the UK-based one. And you're the chartered landscape architect with over 31 years of professional experience, the first-class degree in geography, postgraduate diploma in landscape architecture. You set out the range of experience in paragraphs 3. Paragraph 4, you explain that in May 2019, you're instructed by Wakes to carry out a site-based review of the potential landscape and visual constraints to development of the site. And you talk about that in your proof, actually, about your input in that respect. You concluded that the site has capacity for residential development, particularly on its eastern edge, where the existing settlement edge already exerts an influence on character. But you also did advise, an advice that was followed, that large areas of open space ought to form an integral part of the design for proposed development, particularly on the western edge of the site and also on the land adjacent to the conservation area. You explained that you contributed to the design of the illustrative master plan set out in the DAS, advised on the character of the proposed open spaces and recreational uses. The LVIA was drafted by one of your colleagues at SLR. However, you advised your colleague on the sectors to be assessed, which we now know are agreed in landscape statement of common ground, as well as potential levels of effect. And then you set out June 2022, you're asked and agreed to give evidence on landscape matters. Just one point before I ask you a first question. How many times have you visited the site, Mr. Smith?
3.
Okay. Now, so if with your leave, rather than read out the summary, if I now take it as read, I've got a few supplementary questions. I've got all topics. And the first topic, Mr. Smith, I welcome your observations on is, what do you see as the most important for the inspector's determination aspects of a description of the appeal site as it currently stands?
I think the first point when you are dealing with the description of the site is you obviously have to, as Glivia 3 says, start by looking at the existing character assessments. Now, some discussion was had yesterday with Dr. Hickey about this, so I'm not going to go through this in detail, but suffice to say that the Basingstoke and Dean landscape character assessment is seen as the most up-to-date and detailed, 2021. That's common ground between us, that is the one we should go to. And that assessment says that the North Sherborne character area is the one that includes our site, or it describes the area generally. It's a big area, describes it as quiet rural landscape, but it says, as we touched on yesterday, that the rural character is affected near the larger settlements of Tadley, Bramley, China. So clearly there is an indication there that there is a settlement influence near to the edges. The next assessment that we need to refer to, which was produced by HDA in the same year, 2021, is the landscape sensitivity.
That's the assessment 0.4 we looked at yesterday.
Thank you. Yes. And again, as you say, Mr. Banner, we touched on that yesterday. That says that the scenic quality of the site, and remember the landscape sensitivity assessment is dealing with the appeal site specifically, so very focused. It says scenic quality is reduced by man-made structures. It says that there are glimpses through to the settlement edge. It talks in the section regarding Bramley, which is at the end of that report, section 9 from memory of the settlement assessment. It talks about the fact that there are prominent pylons. Putting all of those things, if you like, as the foundation to our assessment of the site, and then looking with our own eyes at what we see, and I've looked in winter and summer at this site, it is, of course, a patchwork of fields bounded by hedgerows in varying conditions. There are breaches in those hedgerows, but there are also good mature trees. Looking around the edges of the site, there's a good degree of enclosure generally. We've got Bramley Frith Wood over to the northwest. We've got a strong double hedgerow generally along the Brenda Parker Way. To the north, we have a partially vegetated settlement edge. To the east, and we have a series of hedgerows around the south and the west. So there's a sense overall that this is a broadly enclosed, medium-scale landscape. In topography terms, it is gently undulating, and I've given some figures within my proof, but what's important is that it is the combination of those gentle undulations with the vegetation that creates the sense of enclosure on the site. Clearly, if it was a very strongly undulating landscape, it would be the landform that would be defining visibility, but really it's the vegetation. And what's also important about topography is that it rises slightly to the north of the appeal site and it rises slightly to the south. And there's a sort of a low saddle in the site itself. And then it also dips slightly towards the east, towards the street. I've mentioned the settlement edge influence, and I know Mr. Banner took Dr. Hickey to my plates, and I don't think we need to dwell on those, but so you'll be aware that
It's page 45 through 47, is it?
I'm grateful to you. Thank you very much. So plate 6 through to plate 12, Roman 12 on 47. What you've got there is snapshots of what that edge looks like. It is in places not well vegetated at all. Some residents have, as often happens, taken away the boundary vegetation so that they can get a view. There are therefore some garden paraphernalia that's quite clearly visible on that settlement edge. I think plate 11, whilst it looks distant, I think it gives you an overview of those high voltage pylons to the north. We're looking sort of east here across the site. You've got wooden poles coming across the southeast corner. You've got the pylons to the north, and then you've got the settlement edge down the east. That is a a very different story to, for example, look at plate 14, which is the footpath on the western edge, which is enclosed and almost entirely rural, no influence from the settlement edge on that side. In terms of lighting, I think that's the other thing that I just want to touch on, because I'm not sure it was mentioned yesterday. Plate 17, Roman 17 on page 51, sir. That's an extract from the CPRE Dark Skies map. And typically, dark skies are shown by, and you can see the scale on the right-hand side of that image, sir. It shows that there's sort of greys and blues at the bottom, and that's low radiance. And then you go into, as you get towards settlement edges, you get to green and yellow and so on and so forth. It is a generally, and it is typical of villages and suburban areas. Yellows and greens are what you tend to find in villages and suburban areas. And then in urban areas, you tend to get oranges and reds. So this is a fairly typical settlement edge nighttime radiance picture, because it is showing some sky glow from street lighting. And whilst the street, for example, is not lit, the roads on either side of it often are. So we are, and then there's domestic lighting as well, of course. So the character of the site overall is it is a rural settlement interface, with the site being a transition between the open rural to the west, or should I say the enclosed rural to the west, and then the slightly more settlement influence to the east.
Thank you.
Mr. Banner, just a moment. I'm just conscious of the streaming angles that have just come up, and they've moved from where we'd set them yesterday. And Mr. Smith is sadly cut out of that.
No, I'm fine with that, sir.
I'm wondering if he chose to do that as he moved to his seat. But I think probably the benefit of better you cut out Mr. Banner, then you might need to go that way a little bit. There we go. I think
There we are. We both there now.
better that way. Apologies, Mr. Smith.
No problem.
I don't want people coming in and suggesting that we are hiding you.
Mr. Smith, next topic, turning from the existing site to the proposals. What do you see as the key elements of the proposals from the perspective of your analysis? And perhaps as you describe them, can you enlighten us a bit more about how they were informed in consideration?
Yes, certainly. In that light, I think it would be good to start with my Appendix F, which is where I was first instructed. And this is my initial report in May 2019. And I'm not expecting you to trawl through that, but suffice to say,
and also, just for Mr. Spector's benefit, it starts at page 46 of the appendices.
that's correct.
Mr. Smith, do continue.
I suppose that looking at the tops of the waves here, if you look at that report and the subheadings within that, it has a methodology which is taking account of the various character assessments. It looks at the neighbourhood plan. It looks at the planning context. It's high level because this is an initial appraisal. And it looks at all of those character assessments as a starting point to describing the landscape. And then it comes on to my own focused, independent view of what the character of the site is. There are some photographs on page 51. It talks about visibility and visual attributes. And then it provides my recommendations of what development areas might be. And then there's a very loose sketch on the final page, page 53. And the fundamentals of that loose sketch are, one, respecting that gradient that I've just talked about, the gradient that's in the sensitivity assessment, that's in the character assessment that I have seen on site. the development must be focused next to the existing settlement edge in the area that is influenced by it already. And the quantum of development should reduce to the west, and there should be no development along the southern edge next to the conservation area. That's the overarching premise. But then, in addition to that, and you can see the blue arrows marked on that plan, that is showing the neighbourhood development plan views, the important views and vistas. And that was therefore, even at that stage, I was thinking, so how can we complement those views? How do we work with those views to make sure that they are respected? And the strategy there was to make sure that there was always space in front of those views. You don't put a barrier of development up, that you maintain a vista, a sense of a distance, that you keep existing vegetation within those views. So that's, as a starting point, Mr. Banner, I would say that my first point is that, that's where things flowed from. It was landscape-led.
Yeah. Thank you. Anything more you want to say on the description of the proposals before we turn to effects?
If I may, can I ask you to turn up the BAS? And the image that I have in front of me is 3.3, the illustrative layout, which is on page 34.
That's as core document 1.2 for those working from that.
Thank you.
Which page did you say?
It's page 34.
34. Thank you. Placemaking or illustrative layout, isn't it?
Illustrative layout. So obviously it is illustrative, but this you can see flows quite neatly from my little blobby diagram in the back of my opinion in 2019. Importantly, after further discussion with Waits, who wanted a very sensitive scheme, we agreed to remove the westernmost development parcel to focus purely on the eastern side of the site for development. And as a result, we have 76% of the area of the appeal site is allocated to open space and landscaping. What that then results in, and if you look at the configuration of those spaces, you'll notice the first point is that the existing hedgerows are retained. That's critical. It means that the fabric of the landscape, the structure of the landscape remains. Indeed, there's new hedgerows also planted there, and existing hedgerows would be gapped up. So there's actually a reinforcement of the traditional hedgerow structure. And then, as well as being able to retain that hedgerow structure, there's a green infrastructure network, a series of green spaces that flow into each other. And that's important from a recreational point of view. It means people can walk along pleasant, open routes, sometimes with surveillance from fronting houses, sometimes just open countryside. It means that from an ecological point of view, you've got connected habitats, which is important for wildlife because lots of species actually move along wildlife corridors. So it also means that we've got opportunities for play on the way, which means that as you're moving along greenways, you've got opportunities for informal and formal recreation. We've got kickabout areas and trim trails. We've got all sorts of suggestions, but generally speaking, there is a very large area allocated for species-rich grasslands and informal recreation. That is the main use that's suggested across the site. In addition to, of course, some sort of hogging paths which would allow for cycling and easy access walking. Habitat creation is another very important byproduct of this, and obviously people who are much more knowledgeable than I in ecology, have said that there would be a very significant biodiversity net gain. Ecology Solutions concluded 92.93% PNG in habitat units, 71.73% gain in hedgerow units. One of the other features of the scheme here, and I think this kind of highlights some of the benefits of this proposal, you'll notice that there are orchards which are recommended along the new settlement edge. Orchards is a very traditional English and Hampshire landscape type. It is a type of green infrastructure which is covered and indeed is encouraged in the Basingstoke Green Infrastructure Strategy. So what we have here is an opportunity to reinstate something that is traditional, that is biodiverse, and that also provides a very nice filtered settlement edge. We've obviously got a low density residential edge here. The gross densities are very, very low, 6.5 dwellings per hectare. And the net is around 24 dwellings per hectare. So this is a very suitable density, I would suggest, for a settlement edge design. And then what this also incorporates, because of the space that's being allocated for green infrastructure, there's also the chance to include new facilities which have been identified as being desirable in the neighbourhood development plan. And that includes things like the bowling green, includes the skate park, for example. Obviously, there's other built features such as the co-working facilities, the extension to the village hall, all of those sorts of things, but that's not my field of expertise. And then the other thing I would just say in terms of space, and this goes back to my 2019 opinion, it provides sufficient space to allow for standoffs to the neighbourhood development protected views, standoffs and vistas, and you can see those. For example, there's neighbourhood development plan views 5 and 6 along the Brenda Parker Way at the north of the site. And you can see there's a broad greenway moving broadly north-south down from the centre part of the site, which just allows a filtered view down from that right of way. And similarly, you can see that the southern part of the site, there is no development proposed in that southern field. That's in respect to the conservation area. It's in respect to the neighbourhood development plan Vista 4A and the important views down the south of the site. So the space that has been allocated to this, I think, has many, many benefits and uses.
Thank you. Turning then to the effects, we'll deal with landscape first and then visual. So your analysis, in light of what you said so far about the site and the proposals, your analysis of the landscape effects. Excuse me.
Starting, if I may, with landscape value, because that was something that was touched on yesterday, and a matter close to my heart is Technical Guidance Note 0221, as you've now discovered, Mr. Banner.
Oh, yes. Overlooked your authorship.
If I could ask you, sir, to turn to page 30 of my appendices. So this, and I know we turned to 0221 yesterday and table 1 within that document, and the factors that are listed in this table are the same factors that are in table 1 of that guidance. And what's critical there is that there are very few factors in this that would push this up to being anywhere near to being considered a valued landscape. And of course, it's common ground between us that this is not a valued landscape. And the way TGN 0221 is written, sir, actually, and this is really important, it's not just a checklist. It is actually a way of determining whether something is a valued landscape or not. That was the Landscape Institute's attempt to advise on whether something should be considered a valued landscape. Whereas box 5.1 never did say that, because Glivia 3 predated that particular policy. So this is a very much more focused piece of guidance. And therefore, for that reason, it's really important that you do all of those tests and go through each of those different factors. I won't go through it in detail, but just to say that from my point of view, the conservation area does warrant being of local authority value, but obviously that's not within the appeal site. It's in the context of it. And there are no other parts of the appeal site itself, in my assessment, that warrant that local authority value. That's my assessment of value, and as I say, it's common ground between us that it is not a valued landscape. The next stage, Glivia 3 tells us, is to look at landscape receptors. And I go through that process at page 100. No, I go through that paragraph 189, page 52.
Excuse me.
So this is, I know again, this was touched on yesterday, because what Dr. Hickey has done is he's assessing the effects on the site as a whole, and he's perfectly entitled to do so. But the problem is, it means that you missed some of the, should we say, the finer details in terms of effects. So for a start, we've already said that the site has got a gradient of character. So clearly some parts of the site are going to be more susceptible to built form than others. And likewise, we've just looked at the design, and we can see that design is putting 140 homes effectively in the northeast corner, but the rest of the site is open space. So clearly the northeast corner has got to be more susceptible. If you look at the design in isolation, it has to be more susceptible to the design, whereas the rest of the site has to be less susceptible to that design, because that still remains open fields. So, and as Mr. Banner rightly said yesterday, why not pull out the landscape structure itself, the hedgerows, the trees? Typically that's used as a landscape receptor. Well, if you do, as I do in my assessment, then obviously, given that it is almost entirely retained in our illustrative proposal, and given that it could be enhanced with further planting, then clearly the effects of the development are going to be very different on that receptor. So picking receptors is very important. And if we look, therefore, at my colleagues' chosen receptors are actually listed at the bottom of page 52 of my proof. And as Glivia 3 recommends, this includes individual elements and features. So you can see sloping fields, hedgerows, trees and woodland, aesthetic and perceptual aspects, and then overall character receptors. So it's important to recognise that there's some overlap between some of these receptors. So, for example, the individual elements and fields are obviously looking at fields and hedgerows. The aesthetic and perceptual aspects, medium scale fields becoming smaller scale to the south. Obviously, there's an overlap between that factor and the elements and features assessment. But that's what Glivia 3 asks us to do. It wants us to consider these things from different perspectives. The character receptors, and I would point out, they include not just character receptors on the site. The first bullet there is obviously the appeal site itself. That's North Sherborne. Then you've got the land immediately to the north, which is within Loddon and Lyde character area. And then you've got the Bramley areas A and B to the east and to the south of the site. So each of these areas has been assessed as different receptors. So with that degree of detail, it's quite possible to see subtle changes in effects across the site. The next stage, at page 54, is to consider susceptibility, effectively the capacity of a landscape receptor to be able to accommodate change without changing the baseline situation. And as I've said, that susceptibility varies considerably. And I've mentioned that hedgerows and trees, for example, must have a lower susceptibility to the development, given that those features would remain largely untouched. And sir, in comparison, I note that Dr. Hickey has judged the sensitivity of the whole site as medium high. Once you have your susceptibility, and maybe I could ask you, sir, to turn in my appendices, when you have a moment, to table D2.
Is that in appendix?
In my appendices, so yeah, table D2.
This is in landscape format.
Yeah.
And what this table does is, so we've talked about value, which is the second column in that table. We've talked about susceptibility, and you'll notice that there is a very independent and honest assessment of susceptibility there, by the way, sir. Gently sloping open fields, high medium. So it's just knocked down half a notch from the highest degree of susceptibility on the basis that there is influence from the settlement edge on part of the site, and also on the basis that most of the scheme, 76%, would remain as open land. Susceptibility of those mature hedgerows, trees and woodland is low, as I have said. And you'll notice on overall character, the bottom of that page 31, susceptibility is high to medium. Because, of course, the character assessment said it is mostly rural, but with some influence on the settlement edge. And that's reflected within that susceptibility assessment. Sensitivity is then the combination of value and susceptibility. And we then end up with those assessments in the fourth column of that table, North Sherborne. And remember, that assessment there is not of the whole of the North Sherborne character area. It is actually of a relatively small proportion of that character area. And the sensitivity of that part of North Sherborne is assessed as being medium. We have a range of different sensitivities which come out of the assessment of value and susceptibility. The next stage then, sir, is the next table, which is page 33, table D3 in my appendices. That is the assessment of the magnitude of landscape change. And there are, as Glivia 3 recommends, 3 steps to that: size and scale of change, geographical extent, and duration or reversibility. And each of those is assessed with regard to each of those receptors. And it means that, for example, the gently sloping arable fields actually see a substantial medium magnitude of change on the eastern edge of the site, but that reduces to medium to the south and to the west, because obviously the degree of change reduces significantly in those areas because it is proposed open space. Mature hedgerows, trees and woodland, that is a slight change because the hedgerows would be retained and would be reinforced with further planting. And in terms of overall character, that's on page 34. The magnitude is medium, and that acknowledges, and you can see in the note, it acknowledges, of course, you're introducing 140 new homes. That's a large scale of change, but to a small proportion of the site, albeit that there's also some visual effect from those homes as well, which goes outside of that development area. But then you've got a large area which remains free of a built form. So we end up with a medium magnitude overall. And then finally, table D4 pulls our sensitivity and magnitude assessments together. And this concludes that the gently sloping arable fields receptor would have a major, moderate and negative landscape effect on the eastern edge of the site. That's where the houses would be, but that would become moderate to the south and west. So it acknowledges here a significant effect in landscape terms on that part of the site. And similarly, it acknowledges a significant effect on one of the aesthetic and perceptual receptors there, generally still with some noise, because clearly there would be more noise, more movement in the northeast corner of the site as a result of that development. And the effects on the North Sherborne character area would be moderate and negative overall. And again, I stress, this is the local part of the North Sherborne area. It is a part that is localised around the appeal site. So it means that there would be some significant landscape effects, but that is what typically happens with development on greenfield sites, and that is common ground between us.
Let's then turn to visual effects, and if you can do the same step-by-step analysis of the key stages in the thought process,
yes,
lead you to your conclusions in relation to visual effects.
Yes, thank you. So, sir, if I could ask you to turn up SF001 in my appendices, which is my ZTV. The drawings are behind the tables.
It's the second of the A3 pull-out.
They're at the back of that document, sir.
Sorry, I've got your appendices as A to F, so
It's after F. So
It's after F.
After F, there's drawings, and it's effectively the second pull-out drawing.
okay then.
That clip.
That's the one. Thank you. So SF001, the one you have there, sir, is the 1 to 25,000 scale ZTV. And then the following drawing, SF002, is the 1 to 5,000 scale. There is no new information in SF002. It's just an enlargement. That is all.
Yeah.
It's quite helpful to have both because this is a computer-generated assessment of visibility. I know how much work goes into these. There is an immense model of terrain, vegetation, existing buildings, proposed buildings that goes into this in order to determine what sort of visibility would result. And it is actually quite a conservative assessment of potential visibility because, for example, it doesn't include any proposed vegetation. So there are no orchards, there is no additional hedgerow planting, there is no tree planting included in this at all. It is just a landscape as it stands. And there are also lots of hedgerows and trees in the wider landscape, minor features that the model can't pick up. So those are also excluded. So we have to take this as a sort of a warts and all assessment of visibility, but it's a very useful starting point because it tells us that the site is enclosed. It is factually visually enclosed, and the chances for visual spillage, as it were, are actually very minor. And by zooming in on the SF002, you can see where that spillage, as I call it, is happening. Just a tiny little bit of spillage to the north of the Brenda Parker Way, some spillage out to the street, to the east, and potentially some spillage to the south. Recognising again, as I say, that these are very much worst case and not including mitigation planting. So clearly that visibility could reduce. So that's the starting point. You assess the overall visibility, and that tells me, right, we have got the potential for views or effects on visual receptors within a fairly localised area. And then on that basis, both the SLR LVIA and my own assessment, then we choose our representative viewpoints and our potential representative visual receptors. And it is common ground between us that we've got fair representative viewpoints, and we have picked pretty much the same viewpoints between us. And we've therefore got the potential, our visibility is focused on the rights of way, particularly Brenda Parker Way to the north, the right of way to the west, and the right of way to the south. Those are the key areas of visibility, which is, a relatively unusually focused crop of viewpoints. And if I may, Mr. Banner, can we just run through a couple of judgments?
Please do, absolutely. Yes, take us to where you want us to look at those.
So, sir, if I can take you back to the assessment appendices briefly, I promise. Appendix E on page 36.
Yeah.
So, table E1 goes through the representative viewpoints, and it identifies the potential receptors at each of the viewpoints, and it allocates a value and susceptibility to each of those receptor groups in those places. Now, for the benefits of the public, receptor groups is a horribly clunky term, and it means people. And I should really get myself out of that habit. It's I'm talking cyclists, riders, walkers. That's what we're talking about, residents, those important groups of people. And you will notice if you look at the susceptibility of receptors table, that my assessment of susceptibility is actually generally high. So there's no attempt here to hide or diminish the importance of people obtaining these views around the site. Nearly every judgment is high. Walkers are of high susceptibility. Residents are of high susceptibility. Cyclists on the national cycle route are of high susceptibility. And that means, therefore, because sensitivity is the combination of value of the viewing place and susceptibility of the receptors, it means that you end up with some quite high sensitivities as well. So, for example, looking at viewpoint 1, we've got high to medium sensitivity for walkers and cyclists. Looking at, let's say, viewpoint 3, which is on the Brenda Parker Way, high to medium sensitivity, and so on and so forth. If you're looking along the line there and onto page 38, you can see that a lot of those sensitivities are high medium. So that's the first part of the process. And the second part of the process is on table E2, which is the magnitude of effects. And again, there's a very methodical process that you have to go through. And I have, when I'm making these judgments, I have got the ZTV, which is telling me whether I can see something or not. It's not only telling me whether I can see something, it's telling me the vertical angle of visibility that I can see. Then I've got a computer model, which is able to tell me exactly what I might see in each of those locations without mitigation planting, I might add. Then I've got photomontages, which tell me what the effects of the mitigation could be. So my judgments are based on 3 site visits in all seasons, a computer assessment of visibility, and computer modelling of the potential views on each individual view. And for each of those judgments, I'm then looking at the size or scale of change in the view. What proportion of the view is going to be changed? And not only what proportion, but also what is the degree of contrast or integration of the new features with what is already there? What is the degree of contrast or integration? So that's, for example, the distance between myself and the council in regard to our visual judgments, because Dr. Hickey would say that looking at the proposed meadows in the south of the site, if we have a view over those meadows, he would say that that is a stark contrast to what is there, the existing arable fields, whereas I would say, given that the hedgerows are going to be remaining, given that it remains an open field, given that there would be very little influence of buildings, if any at all, in some views, I would suggest that that magnitude should be much lower, or that size and scale of change should be much lower. The geographical extent, which is the third column in that table, relates to the extent of those changes, the length of the path, for example, over which you would see those changes. And in a lot of cases, there are some cases where you would see generally these effects being limited to the site itself. It doesn't extend outside of the site. It's a relatively localized area. But all of these effects are permanent. So whatever you assess in the first 2 assessment columns, you have to then ramp up, if you like, the magnitude, because the third factor of the triangle, if you like, is that there has to be an acknowledgement that this is a permanent effect, albeit that some of those effects will change over time because of planting. And the results of this are that if you look at table E3, you can see that for some of the viewpoints, these are the ones which are highlighted with bold type, you end up with significant visual effects, significant negative visual effects in the short term. So viewpoint 3 there, for example, year 5, major moderate negative effects. Viewpoint 6, again, major moderate. That's on the west, the footpath on the western side of the site. Viewpoint 7 is in the southwest corner of the appeal site, major moderate effects. But you can also see that if you go to year 15, you notice that there's only one viewpoint, and that's viewpoint 3, which has a major moderate and negative effect. So within 15 years, which is the normal assessment window, we have got to a point where we had localized visibility and we've now only got one significant negative visual effect. And I think, if I may, I'd like to visit that viewpoint, look at the photomontage and see what that negative effect actually looks like. I'm This is the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
And if we look at, I'm sorry, it's the eye test again. These are,
Glasses are out.
yeah, binoculars, microscope. If we look first of all at the year one views, which is SF 003 and SF 004, and then the following page is the right-hand side of the view. So you can see on the top image, so if I'm sort of skipping between SF 003 and SF 005 to look left to right in the same existing view, and you can see the existing settlement edge just on the left-hand side of the view there. But if you look on the right-hand side of the view, you're looking straight down the field. You see the existing hedgerow on the right-hand side. It is enclosed by hedgerows, but it is a largely a rural view on that right-hand side. And looking then at the year one photomontages, well, the left-hand side, which is on SF 004, quite clearly, although you can see the existing settlement edge, the proposed houses are far more visible. They occupy a much larger proportion of that view. And looking at the right-hand side of the view over the page, SF 006, well, obviously they occupy much less of the right-hand side of that view, but they're still clearly visible. It's clearly a change from the existing view. So that is a significant visual effect. And then looking at the year 15 view, which is the next two montages. Again, we have on SF 008, we've got the year 15 view at the left. And at SF 010, we have the year 15 view on the right. So what we see here is that house on the left. Yes, it's in front of the buildings that we can already glimpse on that side of the site, but that house is still much more visible than the existing settlement edge. And on the right, we lose some of that open field, but we still have a long vista down a greenway with the hedgerow on the right-hand side, existing hedgerow retained, and with orchards in front of us, and with a hedgerow on the new settlement edge, and the houses, views of the houses then filtered on the left. So this, and I'm afraid this is perhaps a feigning of Clivia 3, but this is deemed to be a significant negative visual effect. And so I would say that whilst that's the assessment, I stand by that assessment, I would say that in design terms, this is actually quite a successful settlement edge. To have filtered views of houses on a settlement edge is not a bad thing, particularly when the broader countryside is visually protected by other hedgerows, and particularly when proposed planting is going to further reduce that wider visibility. I think this is an attractive edge to the settlement. So, yeah, that's my kind of overview of visual effects. Is that sufficient, Mr.
Yes, it is. Thank you. And then just wrapping all of that together in a few brief conclusions, putting this into perspective. Perhaps if we take up landscape statement common ground, from memory, that's 6.3, is it? Like that?
Just bear with me, I'm going to get that up.
6.6, close. If you could perhaps take up paragraph 23, 24 of that.
Yes, I have that, yes.
So can you kind of put 23, when applying LVI methodology, Corn's recommendation is never all greenfield residential developments will have at least localised landscape and visual harm. It's agreed that in this case, such harm as there is would be mainly focused on the appeal science locality. So everything you said, you're wrapping that up into some overall conclusions, putting into context your thoughts.
Yes, and I think Dr. Hickey has very fairly agreed that, because it is the case in every greenfield development, there will be at least some localised landscape and visual harm. The question is the degree of harm, but alongside that, also the quality of the design. And that's why I was just trying to point out there's a difference between assessing effects and then assessing design. The two go hand in hand. What I've assessed then is that we have highly localised landscape and visual effects, that there'd be no wider effects on the London Lyde character area, for example, to the north, or indeed on Bramley. I've initially assessed that there is a gradient of character from west to east on the site. This is in the existing condition, and that there is some settlement influence on the eastern edge. And I believe that whilst we place that gradient in a different location, we respect and mimic that gradient. We place houses in the location that is most affected by built form already, and we leave those areas open which are already predominantly open. So we're respecting the existing character. We retain the existing hedgerows and trees. And we create what is frankly a remarkable amount of open space, 16.29 hectares, which provides biodiversity benefits. And I note, if I may, just as an aside, that Dr. Hickey mentioned yesterday that some wildlife, I think was his phrase, prefers arable fields. Well, there are, of course, some birds, for example, that like farmland. But there is much, I mean, I'm not an ecologist, so I'm no expert on this, but it is fair to say there is much study and much evidence that says that new native hedgerows, meadows, wetland features will have much greater biodiversity value than arable farmland, which is, of course, a monoculture. We would have new community orchards, which, as I've said, is a green infrastructure strategy target. And we would be able to respect the neighbourhood development plan views. And that's why, sir, I've taken you to my worst case assessment of view 3, because that is where neighbourhood development plan views 5 and 6 are located. And it shows you how I feel we have respected and complemented that view by leaving open space in front of the viewer and retaining the hedgerows. So in my assessment, I believe, notwithstanding the localised landscape and visual effects, I think the design is sympathetic to the character and visual quality of the site and its context. And I believe on that basis that the proposals comply with EM1.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Is there anything you wish to add at this stage?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. Can I just check if people couldn't hear everything that's said? Sitting in the seats there, we don't need to move. Thank you very much. 5 to 11, the later start, unintended. I think, Mr. Sargent, if we start with cross-examine, if you find a point at about half past, or do you want 10 minutes to?
Right, only.
Okay.
I've been sat here for slightly longer than 10 o'clock. So yeah.
Point taken. Short break till 10 past.
That's good.
Kick off at 10 past with cross-exam of Mr. Smith. Thank you very much.
There's no field and no access.
That's
a field.
Just check, these were on my desk, but were they meant to be for this table as the CD version?
They were supplied from you didn't have copies because I didn't think you had copies yesterday. So if you don't need them, then feel free to pop them back on the CD list and sort them out later.
No, that's ideal. I was just checking whether they're migrated or were.
No problem. Didn't want to leave it out. Leave it.
Thank you. They are paranoid about being late. I was here early. Let me restart. 11:10. Mr. Sergeant, cross-examination. Mr. Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Could we begin, please, with the appellant's statement of case, which is called document 6.1?
Bear with me. I'm going to have to try and summon that up. Hold on. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't get the link to work for some reason.
Is that the timeout issue that I had yesterday?
It may be.
Just, yeah.
I wonder if someone's able to pass me a copy. Is that possible?
It might be worth us just seeing if we can get you back onto the website, though, because there will be other documents. So,
Yeah. Okay.
However, you can find it.
Just I found that just pressing the refresh button wakes it back up, and it
Oh, I had to go all the way back out and come all the way back in again.
privileges of being an inspector.
Okay. Just bear with me a second. I think I'm in now. Hold on. So sorry, what was the reference?
So it's called document 6.6, page 7, paragraph 2.13, 2.13.
6. Sorry, it's the state 6.6, you said.
Statement of case.
Statement of case that's
Sorry,
part of the appeal
6.1.
process.
Yeah.
Number 6.1.
It won't load. So I've made progress. I'm in there. Trying to download 6.1. I'm afraid it's not allowing me to do that.
Okay, I don't know if there's a hard copy on the table.
Do you want to provide a list of the other documents and I can then move them as well?
I was going to do that, but there are so many of them. I thought it would take more time.
I'll do them each time then.
I mean, I think most of them we've already had out this.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. I have a hard copy.
Good, thank you. So page 7 within this.
Yes, I have that.
Paragraph 2.13, we can see heading landscape. The appellant will set out that the settlement is an appropriate location for housing development and that housing development has been accepted in this area. Fine. The question for the inspector, though, we can agree is whether this site is an acceptable location, not whether the settlement or the area is appropriate.
I guess he's got to decide both.
Good. And looking at the site baseline next, please. Can we go to paragraph 21 of your proof?
Are we done with that?
At the moment, I think just leave it there in case we need to come back to it. So paragraph 21.
Bear with me. Hold on. Yes, I have that study area. Yep.
At the end of the paragraph on page 5, we can see you say the concentration of visual effects in turn means that landscape effects would also be localised, with the effects focused on the appeal site and locations in close proximity to the site. And we heard what you said and read what you said in your proof about the ZTB, and you went back to that in evidence in chief. It's common ground, though, isn't it, that the site is bounded by public rights of way on 3 sides, that's 4?
Correct.
And there's one point I just want to clarify because I'm not clear factually of the position. Can we get the DAS back up, please? Core document 1.2.
Yes, I have. It's in 3 parts. I have the 3rd part, I think, at the moment.
We need page 30, I think it is.
Yes, I've got that.
And you'll see this is the key 2.13 key considerations, and there's a drawing or plan.
Yeah.
That appears to me to show the public right of way in the south as actually being within the red line boundary of the site. Is that your understanding?
Yes, I believe it is.
So when turning back to your proof and going on much further in the document at paragraph 194.
Just bear with me, I'll turn that up. Yes.
Sorry, paragraph 193. We can see you say about halfway through that there's no recreational access to the site itself. That's not actually correct in the sense that there's a public right of way that runs through the site in the bottom.
And that is a fair point. However, clearly the majority of the site cannot be crossed by the public, but you're absolutely right. That southern fringe, there is a footpath along there.
Good, thank you. And just in terms of getting our bearings, you probably don't need to turn up the reference, but if you do, it's your paragraph 33. In terms of the neighbourhood plan and the important views.
Yes, I have that.
And we can see, can't we, that the important views that are relevant in terms of effects of this development are agreed to be 1, 2, 5, 6, and then Vista 4A.
Yes.
Okay, good. We'll come back to those later on. Methodology next, please. We agree, don't we, that Glivia 3 is not prescriptive in relation to methodology?
No, it is not prescriptive, but at the same time, it does have a recipe for the sorts of things you have to assess and the sorts of ways you have to assess them. And just in that context, it says within its preface that it is trying to encourage a degree of transparency in the profession, so that there is there is an attempt not to have an absolutely formulaic methodology, but to have some common principles.
Thank you. And if we could have up Dr. Hickey's landscape proof of evidence at paragraph 6.4, please.
Yes, I have that.
A very short paragraph. This is where Dr. Hickey is considering the appellant's LVIA assessment. As we know from his evidence in chief, that's the methodology in the ES. So I think that was actually your colleague rather than you at that point in time. But he says at 6.4, sensitivity in the appellant's methodology is defined by value and susceptibility of landscape receptors. Now, you have set out the methodology that you're using in your proof in your appendage.
Yes.
As I understand it, that's still the case in that you get to sensitivity by considering value and susceptibility of landscape receptors. Yes?
That's correct, and that's obviously what Glivia 3 tells us to do.
So looking at 6.5 of Dr. Hickey's proof, still on page 26, he refers to the earlier assessment work as concluding that the value of the site and its immediate context is generally of community value, increasing to local authority at the southern edge of the site, adjacent to the conservation area. Have I understood your evidence correctly that you don't think that any part of the site is of local authority value?
That's correct. I say that the local authority value is within the conservation area, but not outside of it.
Yes, I'm glad I've understood that properly. Can we turn up then paragraph 194 of your proof, please?
Yes, I have that.
I'll let you reread what you've written there, but you begin by saying the landscape within the conservation area is, however, of local authority value due to the recognised cultural heritage value of the designation itself, as well as the listed buildings and the surrounding small-scale fields. There is no acknowledgement from you here, is there, that the conservation area has a setting to its north, which might, we say it does, but on any view might contribute to its heritage significance?
No, I don't consider that as a requirement here. It's obviously, as I've said in chief, I'm considering a number of factors which contribute to value as set out in the guidance. Heritage is one of those. And obviously I'm not a heritage witness.
You're aware, though, aren't you, that Stocks farmhouse is not in the conservation area?
I'm aware of that.
There's no consideration of you here by you in 194 here that Stocks farmhouse, because it isn't situated in the conservation area, is a listed building out with the conservation area, and that might mean there's cultural heritage value outside the conservation area?
Well, as I say, I'm not a heritage witness. I'm not considering the setting of heritage assets. I'm considering a range of 9 factors as set out in the guidance, of which heritage is one. And obviously, I have given consideration to heritage factors, but it is one just of 9 factors.
Okay, I appreciate you're not a heritage witness, but nevertheless, you have undertaken to, you wrote the TGN, didn't you, or you contributed to it?
I was one of 4, yeah.
Yes, so let's get that up, please. Core document number, I wasn't expecting to get it up, it's 5 point something. A moment, please. .2, I believe.
Yep, I've got that.
Table 1, please, which is on page 7.
Yep, I have that.
Cultural heritage, you'll see, is in the left-hand column at the bottom of page 7 is the beginning of the entry.
Yes.
This and the third column along is examples of indicators of landscape value. And we can see if we go over to page 8, there's an entry that says landscape which contributes to the significance of heritage assets, for example, forming the setting of heritage assets, especially if identified in specialist studies. You helped to author this document, but you've just told the inquiry that when you were considering the application of Table 1, you disregarded the setting of the heritage assets, yes?
It's not exactly what I've said. I'm sorry. I think you're misrepresenting me. What I've said is I've considered all of the factors in this table. The cultural heritage is one of those factors. I have considered, obviously, listed buildings. I've considered the conservation area. In terms of setting, I didn't regard that to be a factor influencing value. And that's why I have not emphasised it within my assessment. Really important that we have the balance of this assessment. All of these factors need to be considered.
There's no reference at all in the section of your proof dealing with value to Stocks Farmhouse, whether the listed building itself or the setting.
No, there's not.
No, you're not going to suggest to me that Stocks Farmhouse isn't significant, are you?
Of course it is.
Why isn't it mentioned in your proof then?
It's been considered, but it's not on the site. It doesn't have a particularly significant influence on the value of the site as a whole. As I say, heritage is one of 9 factors. I'm considering it as one of those 9 factors.
I want to go back over an aspect of the cross-examination of Dr. Hickey yesterday on this, actually, because I think we will have common ground. Dealing with the conservation area and your approach to that, your approach, as we established this morning, is that the conservation area itself is of local authority value. And the sole reason that you identify that as being local authority as opposed to community value is because it's a conservation area. So it's because of the cultural heritage aspect, yes?
Yes, and those fields they have a relationship with the church. They have a clear identity in that conservation area. So to me, that part outside the site is a landscape of local authority value, remembering that I'm making landscape judgments here.
Yeah, but we can agree, because that's the approach you've taken in relation to the conservation area, that there's nothing in Table 1 of the TGN that prevents somebody from elevating the value of a landscape from community to local authority on the basis of cultural heritage interest.
Well, I would suggest, no, there is nothing there that says that they cannot. But I'm afraid what your witness has done is not considered any of the other factors. So we don't really know in the round, do we, what part those factors play. So here we have 9 factors, but Dr. Hickey has only considered 1.
I don't accept that, but we'll move on.
But do please take me to where he's assessed the other factors.
I know I am not the person being cross-examined here, Mr. Smith, let's be sensible. You accept, don't you? I take the point you're not a heritage witness, but I assume you're familiar with the NPPF. In the same way as the technical guidance note says expressly that heritage assets can derive some of their significance from their setting, the NPPF also makes that clear, yes?
Are we talking about, the setting of heritage assets?
Yes.
Again, I'm not a heritage witness. I would probably leave that to the heritage witness.
Okay, well, we've seen what the technical guidance note says that you wrote. That's fine. I'll come back to the heritage witness on this aspect. Are you aware that the setting of listed buildings is protected by statute?
This is a heritage question. I'm sorry, can we?
Are you aware? I am entitled to ascertain what.
I am aware of that, but I am not comfortable answering questions on heritage issues. We have a heritage witness.
I am entitled to ask, and I am going to ask what
By all
the
means.
extent of your understanding of heritage legislation and policy is.
I absolutely understand it, but you will understand that I am not a heritage witness.
I completely understand that. But if you, for example, have never read the Listed Buildings Act and don't know what it says, then that is relevant to what submissions I might want to make as to the inspector's view of your evidence.
I understand.
Good, thank you. Are you aware that statute treats the setting of listed buildings as equally important as listed buildings themselves and as conservation areas?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I live in a listed building, so yes.
Good. And are you aware that listed buildings are listed at a national level, not by local authorities?
Yes.
Whereas conservation areas are designations ordinarily put by local authorities?
I am aware of that.
Good. Given that you are aware of all of those things, there isn't any justification here for elevating the conservation area itself from community to local authority value on the basis of its cultural heritage interest, but not doing the same for the setting of the conservation area and the setting of the listed buildings, including farmhouses there.
Well, I disagree. What I've said to you about the conservation area is I'm making a judgment, a landscape judgment, based on those heritage influences. If I look at the conservation area, I see that there are small-scale fields. I see that there is a Grade 1 listed church. I see that it is also designated as a conservation area. To me, although there are some detracting influences there, I see that there is a relatively well integrated landscape, has an identity, and it's therefore been recognised as a conservation area. And from my eyes, it is also an identifiable landscape. So to my point of view, that landscape definitely has an identifiable cultural heritage value. So I think it makes absolute sense to identify that as having local authority value.
And let's take Stocks Farmhouse as an example. That is an asset that has been designated by a national body, which has seen fit to afford statutory protection to its setting as well as to the asset.
Yes.
And you still say that there's no justification for acknowledging that it has a level of cultural heritage interest that takes it to the local authority.
I don't think there's the same degree of clear landscape association with the setting of that building. You see the difference when I was talking about the conservation area. I talked about the fields, the size of those fields, the shape of those fields, their relationship to the church. And indeed, the conservation area appraisal talks about the relationship of the fields and the church in the conservation area. So the landscape there, it is identifiable and distinct. That is not the case with the setting of those listed buildings.
None of this sort of approach to the setting of the listed buildings or the setting of the conservation area is set out in your proof at all, is it?
Well, I think it is. I mean, I've said that well, forgive me if it's not, but what I've said is that the conservation area is of local authority value. And I'm telling you the thinking behind it, which is very much that it is the configuration of the fields, the age of those fields, their relationship to the church, the fact that those things are specifically mentioned in the conservation area appraisal. Those are the things that make that a local authority landscape, or a value of a landscape of local authority value.
Sure, but when I came to prepare your cross-examination and I said to myself, I don't really understand why Mr. Smith doesn't think the setting of Stocks Farmhouse is important here, I wasn't able to find anything in your proof to tell me why you didn't think it was important, was I?
I hope I've explained that.
It's not in your proof, is it?
If it is not, which I can't recall offhand, then I have explained it to you.
Right, thank you. Could you identify for me on any plan or any map, I don't mind which, you've referred several times in relation to the conservation area, why you think that's important to small scale fields. Could you just show me on a plan, please, which ones you're referring to?
So, for example, if we look at SF002, which is my second, it's a 1 to 5,000 plan, it's my second ZTV in my appendices.
Which reference was it, Mr. Smith, please?
SF 002. In my appendices, it's the 1 to 5,000 plan.
Yeah, thank you. Have that. Let me just wait until the inspector has found it.
Yep, it's all right. My tab has fallen off. There it is.
And so the conservation area is visually quite distinct. You can see from the ZTV there that the effects of the development would also be largely screened by existing vegetation from there. So it's quite enclosed. There are a pattern of relatively small fields around the church.
So which fields are you referring to? That's my question.
These ones here,
Okay, so the fields to the east.
east, north, west. This area here is within the conservation area.
Right. So your view is that there's something innately more valuable about those fields than there is about the fields within the site, even the ones immediately to the
The
north.
conservation area appraisal specifically mentions those fields. It says that they're smaller fields of an earlier origin, it says. Obviously, again, I'm not qualified to comment on that. I've just taken it on its face. It's a conservation area. They thought the whole area was of sufficient value to be designated.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on then next, please, to core document 5.4, which is the HDA sensitivity assessment.
With me? Yes, I have that.
My computer is not able to upload it. Hopefully it's not. That's good. You presumably agree with Mr. Banner when he said to Dr. Hickey yesterday that this document is something that should be given real weight in this appeal.
I think it should, yes.
Could we turn up, please, page 30?
30.
30. Let me know when you have
Yes, I have that.
the beginning of the assessment for the site.
I have that.
Page 31, we can see a historic value is 4. And you can see that it says the site forms the undeveloped landscape setting to the adjacent conservation area to the south and the wider setting to listed buildings along the street. There's no suggestion, is there here, that the southern edge of the site only has historic value?
No, there's not.
And we can see that HDA's view is that this has a high historic value of 4, yes? The whole site.
Relatively so, it says, yes. It's one of a number of factors.
Sure. Overall sensitivity judgment, bottom of page 31. Total guide score for this site is 52. Taking into account the guide score and a final review of the landscape and visual susceptibility and the value of the site, this site is judged to have medium landscape sensitivity. Relatively large site as part of the rural continuum to the west, forms part of the rural setting to the conservation area and is inconsistent with the general pattern of the settlement and the existing pattern of ribbon development along the street. First question, there is no suggestion here that value varies within the site. The entire site is identified as having a medium landscape sensitivity.
A whole site is regarded as having a medium landscape sensitivity, correct?
Thank you.
But sorry, it also does talk about the fact that, for example, there is visibility of the settlement edge, for example. So clearly that's going to affect the susceptibility across the site.
That's not what this overall sensitivity judgment says, is it? Just
Well, no, it's giving, clearly it's an overall, it's giving a sensitivity for the entire site. All I'm saying is that there are variations across the site which it identifies.
fine, yeah. Page 8, please, of this document. Sorry, page 7, actually. Let's tee it up properly.
Yes, I have that.
We can see, so paragraph 2.10, we can see this is setting out the definitions of the various sensitivities, with low sensitivity on page 7 and then medium sensitivity on page 8. Now, I guessed this yesterday, partially in cross-examination of Dr. Hickey. A question was put to Dr. Hickey on the basis that the medium sensitivity definition says it may be able to accommodate the relevant type of development in limited situations without significant character change or adverse effects, and the question stopped there. When we read this in full, we can see that what is actually said is it may be able to accommodate the relevant type of development in limited situations without significant character change or adverse effects, where such locations are defined in the relevant site summary, yes?
Mm-hmm, it does.
We can also see that it says thresholds for significant change are low, and the introduction to medium sensitivity at the start of that paragraph is that it will be a site with landscape or visual characteristics that are susceptible to change with moderate value. I want us to first find an example of a site summary, a relevant site summary that does identify locations that might be able to accommodate the type of development. So could we go to page 218, please?
Yes, I have that. That's Oakley.
Yes, site Oak 012. Now, is this the Station Road site that you referred to in your...
It is.
Thank you. I thought so. I just wanted to check I haven't misunderstood anything. And if we look at the page 219, so the next page, we get the overall sensitivity judgment for this site in Oakley.
Yes.
And we can see the second line in this says the site has some potential development, provided proposals do not adversely affect the setting to the conservation area and local green space to the south and retain hedges and trees of good quality. Any development proposals should incorporate open space and planting along the site's western edge to form a soft transition to the countryside, and planting to the south to reduce the influence of built form on the conservation area and local green space. And we can see that the total guide score here is 45, which is lower than the score of 52 that's given to our site, isn't it?
It is notable that the historic value there is 4 also.
Yeah, fine. But what we can see is that when we look at the relevant site summary for this site in Oakley, it is expressly acknowledged that there is some potential for development on the Oakley site, yeah?
It is, recognising that the overall conclusions are that if you get a medium sensitivity, then there may be some capacity for development. So there's, if you like, 2 stages, aren't there? There is an overall assessment value, which means that there is some potential to accommodate development if you're within the medium band. And then you're saying there should then be some specific recommendations within the conclusions. So it's a 2-stage process.
It's not what I'm saying, it's what this document and HDA are saying. It is we've looked at it on page 8. The definition is a single sentence, may be able to accommodate the relevant type of development in limited situations without significant character change or adverse effects, where such locations are defined in the relevant site summary. So Oakley is a site summary that does define locations where there might be an ability to accommodate development, yes?
Yes.
Go back to page 31, please. which is the site summary for this site, our site in Bramley.
Yes.
There are no locations being defined here, being identified as potentially able to accommodate development, are there?
No, there are not, but it is, however, regarded to be of medium sensitivity and therefore has some capacity as an overall judgment.
Well, no, but that's the problem. I mean,
No, sorry, you answer your question.
I agree with you that HDA are identifying both the appeal site and the Oakley site as having a medium value, but it's clear that it doesn't follow innately in HDA's view, that because you're a medium value, you can accommodate development. The definition that we looked at on page 8 is clear that then, the word is may be able to accommodate development where that is identified in the site summary, isn't it? That's what HDB is saying.
With respect, we have a whole raft of different site assessments here, and there are some summary plans at the back of this document that I could take you to. There are actually relatively few sites that are regarded as being of medium sensitivity in the entire district, and there are lots of sites that are regarded as being of quite high sensitivity. So given that this is a sensitivity study that is meant to be trying to identify the relative capacity of parcels of land, it is really relevant to determine which parcels have medium sensitivity or above and those which have medium to high and high. And as I say, as a proportion of all sites looked at, there is actually a relatively small proportion that are a medium or lower sensitivity, and that is a very relevant consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to ask you the question again. I might split it up to hopefully make it more straightforward, and I'd like to start with a yes or a no, please. First question, looking at page 8, it is correct, isn't it, that HDA's view in relation to sites of medium sensitivity is that they may be able to accommodate development where locations are defined in the relevant site summary.
That is what it says.
But could you just read that? It doesn't say maybe able to accommodate, it says maybe able to accommodate without significant character change or adverse effects. You could read that.
The point's the same.
Read the full sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. The point is the same. HDA's view in relation to sites of medium sensitivity is that they may be able to accommodate the relevant type of development in limited situations without significant character change or adverse effects, where the locations are defined in the relevant site summary, yes?
Yes.
Right, next question. Bramley, the appeal site, does not have a relevant site summary that identifies location that may be able to accommodate development, does it?
No.
So it follows, logically, that HDA are not identifying any ability of the appeal site to accommodate development, are they?
Disagree, because there is clearly the point that you have raised. They haven't identified any locations within the site that are capable of development. But I'm sorry, I think you're missing the wider context. This document, as I have said, is trying to identify those parcels of land in the district that have the capacity to accommodate residential development. And this medium grade is one of the areas that has some capacity. What I'm saying is that is a very relevant consideration when the council's own sensitivity assessment identifies this site as having capacity for development. So I'm acknowledging the fact that it doesn't specifically mention locations in the site, but I'm asking you to consider that it still must be relevant, mustn't it, that the council's own sensitivity assessment has graded this site as only of medium sensitivity.
What it hasn't done is identify, I mean, of course, it's assessed the value of the site, fine. What it has not gone on to do, in contrast to Station Road, is this assessment does not identify any ability of the appeal site to accommodate the relevant type of development, does it?
It does not. But the picture is, as I say, well, I think I've said it. So.
We're very close to just answering the same question here and almost at submissions as to what your view is.
No, I've got the witness's acceptance that the study does not identify.
Caveats, yeah.
To accommodate development on the appeal site. Then can we look at the consequences of this, please? Could we look in your appendices at page 30, PDF 32, table D2?
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate there's this difference of view between your assessment of value as parts of the site being community as he thinks the whole site has local authority value. So I'm not going to try and get you to agree with him on that. I think that's submission as to why we say he's correct. But so hypothetical question, if Dr. Hickey is correct to argue that the entire site is of local authority value, then some of these entries under value would be different, wouldn't they? Because they would read, obviously they would read local authority value rather than community.
If he is correct, that would be the case, but then we don't have his assessment of all of the TGN 0221 factors.
Yeah, but I'm interested in an angle that was put in cross-examination yesterday that I was surprised by, to be honest. If the inspector agrees with Dr. Hickey that value should read local authority rather than community, throughout this table, obviously those entries would change, but also when you're looking then at value and susceptibility to arrive at sensitivity, you would expect the sensitivity judgment, at least potentially, to change as well. So where it's medium, it might be medium high, or where it's low, it might be low moderate, if you would change the value. Yes?
Yes.
And if one then ends up with a higher conclusion under sensitivity, what then would happen is that when we go to table D4,
Yes.
obviously we'd have different, slightly higher entries in the sensitivity column, and that would be considered against magnitude, and then potentially at least there would be a different conclusion in the landscape effects column, yes?
Correct, which is why it's so important to do a very thorough assessment of each of these factors along the way, including, of course, all the factors that contribute to value.
Well, the reason I wanted to straighten that out, and I thought you'd agree with me because it's the methodology, so thank you for that. But it follows, doesn't it, that it's not right to suggest that because the parties agree that the site isn't valued landscape for paragraph 174A of the NPPF, actually, it doesn't really matter whether we say it's local authority or community value.
I've not said that.
No, it was suggested yesterday, but it's wrong, isn't it, that suggestion?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a part of the assessment to try and work out which level you are assessing the site at. No, it is important.
Great, thank you. And just to, I don't think we need to turn it up, but the reference, if you did need it, is 192 of your proof. But the short point is, it's common ground, isn't it, that just because the site isn't valued landscape for the specific purpose of 174A of the NPPF, it doesn't follow that it doesn't have landscape value.
No, that's right. And that's what 174B effectively tells us.
Good, thank you. I want to move on then to landscape character effects. Just a couple of points, I'm going to go through all of them. Table D3 in your appendices still, please, is where you're looking at the magnitude of landscape change.
Yes, I have that.
In the third row down, we can see under aesthetic and perceptual aspects, you're looking at medium scale fields becoming small scale to the south, and you assess the size and scale of the magnitude of change as only being medium. But I mean, can we agree that for at least parts of the site, the size and scale of the magnitude of change will be large, because there won't be any fields where the built development is going, at least, will there?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Yeah, you're looking here at the fact that at the moment, medium scale fields on the site becoming smaller scale to the south, and you're looking, as I've understood this, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're asking yourself, what is the size and scale of the landscape change to that, as to that feature. Yes,
To that perception, correct? Because there's an aesthetic and perceptual aspect. Yeah.
yeah, and you reached the view that it's a medium size and scale of landscape change. But my question is, given that your case is that we should be looking at the site, closely and considering different parts of it and all the rest of it, surely for parts of the site there is a large change to that aesthetic and perceptual aspects, because in parts of the site, there just won't be fields anymore.
Well, you could do that. From my perspective, the field structure remains the same, but the sense of scale will reduce in one location. So if you like, there are two steps that you've got to undertake here. We've got a field structure that's remaining as it is, but then we've also got a scale which is decreasing on the eastern side due to development. So there's two considerations, if you like.
Okay, similar question on the next row, where at the moment the aesthetic and perceptual aspect is generally simple in form and colour, with a stronger influence of the settlement edge to the east and prominent islands. Again, in terms of the landscape impact, in terms of form and colour, surely there's going to be at least a large magnitude in part of the site.
You could assess it that way, but then what you would end up doing is coming up with an even more complicated assessment, which would then break it down into assessment chunks. But it is an equally valid way of doing it. But at some point, you've then got to bring it, if you like, into an overarching judgment. And the overarching judgment would be that the simplicity informed to the west, of course, would barely be affected at all at year 15. The simplicity to the east would be affected to a much greater degree. Overall, there'd be a medium slight magnitude of effect. So that's the overarching judgment.
All right. So just so that I've understood how you've approached this, let's take, for example, the gently sloping arable field, which is the first entry.
Yes.
Where you could look at it on a kind of, more detailed level than just the whole site, because you've looked at the eastern edge and then the south and the west.
Yeah.
The conclusions expressed in row 3 and 4, so the ones we've just been looking at, the medium scale fields and the form and colour, where you reach a view of medium, that is taking a judgment on the site as a whole there then, yes?
Yes. Can I explain why that is? It's because they are aesthetic and perceptual. So the first two rows are individual elements and features. That means they are tangible, identifiable features on the site or around the site. Those next 4 rows under aesthetic and perceptual are very much more a sense of what your feeling is, what your experience is of those things. So that's what Glivia 3 recommends that you do. You look at things from different angles. You do elements and features, you do aesthetic and perceptual, you do overall character. So it's a different way of looking. That's why the first 2 rows, it is a little bit easier to divvy those up, as it were, because they're identifiable parcels. They have a much more, they are physical entities, whereas the next 4 rows are perceptual. That's why I've done those in a different way.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Could we just briefly pick up Dr. Hickey's proof on page 29, paragraph 6.20, please?
I'm sorry, what was the reference again?
Page 29 of Dr. Hickey's landscape proof.
Yes, I have that.
And paragraph 6.20.
Yes.
Where Dr. Hickey is explaining why he would assess the geographical extent to be at least medium landscape change beyond the site boundaries. There was some discussion in cross-examination of this point yesterday, which you may recall, but Dr. Hickey explained that the reason or the explanation as to why he says that there can be landscape character effects even outside site boundaries, he explained was because built form can obviously have a localized urbanizing influence. So where you have housing and then you have a hedge and a field on the other side, clearly when you look back at the housing from across the field, you can see it, and it's an urbanizing influence on the field. Do you remember that section of the cross-examination? I mean, Dr. Hickey is correct, isn't he, to say that the scheme will have a localised urbanising influence on the landscape character of the land that surrounds the site?
He is and he's not. On the one hand, of course, if you build a development, it isn't just about the land on which that development is located. That's not the only place where the character effects will occur. There's also going to be a visual influence on adjacent areas in terms of character effects, which I think is what you're alluding to. The question is, and this is where I disagree with Dr. Hickey, the question is, does that visual effect, actually that indirect character effect, does it carry it significantly beyond the site boundaries? And the whole point here is that the visual effects are very localised. That's what the ZTV shows. It is a very localised visual change. So that means that the direct effects on character are localised on the northeast part of the site. The indirect, which are visual effects in the main, are also pretty localised. So that means that it is not right to have a medium extent of landscape change, because that would misrepresent the localised nature of the landscape change. It should be small.
Okay, well, I do agree to disagree on that point. I'll come back to it in submissions. Could we next turn up core document 5.3, please?
Sorry, what is that?
It's the landscape character assessment. 21.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, which page would you like to take me to?
Page 53 internally. My copy's just loading, sorry. Let me know when you have that.
Getting that. Yes, I have that.
We can see page 53, so that page 52 shows us this is character area 4, North Sherborne, and this is the paragraph, page 53, that we looked at yesterday a little bit, overall landscape character.
Yes.
We can see it starts off by saying, in common with much of the lowland landscape to the north of the borough, this area is a patchwork of mixed farmland and woodland. It forms the setting for a diversity of other landscapes, including managed parkland, minor valleys, and more extensive areas of woodland. Yeah.
Yes.
And page 55, we see the key issues set out, and the penultimate one is pressure for housing development, including extensions to existing urban areas such as Chinham, Tadley, and Bramley, encroaching into the character area.
That's what it says, yes.
Page 56, guidance. North Sherborne landscape aims.
Just bear with me, I'm just going to get to that. Yes, I have that.
We can see that the strategic aim for this character area is to conserve the overall rural pattern of farmland and woodland with small-scale settlement, whilst limiting increases in urbanisation through incongruous development, yes?
Yes.
The open land on the site, public open space, is not going to be farmland, is it?
Well, no.
So there is going to be a loss of farmland, not just where the built development will go, but the entire site. Across the entire site, there will be a loss of farmland. And as such, the scheme does not accord with this strategic aim, which is to conserve the overall rural pattern of farmland and woodland, does it?
Disagree. If you look at the right-hand column on that same page, built development, it says new development should be associated with the existing settlement, for example, at Tadley, Sherborne, St John, Chinham and Bramley. Where appropriate, should respond to existing urban edges. That seems to me like a very specific encouragement to focus development, if it has to be anywhere, next to those major or bigger settlements and on settlement edges. So that I can't see that we are not understanding and relating to this guidance.
But in terms of the strategic aim, which is expressly said to be to conserve the overall rural pattern of farmland and woodland, the scheme is not consistent with that strategic aim, is it?
I disagree with you again, I'm afraid. Yes and no, I think, in this blurred world of grey. On the one hand, of course, we're going to cause some localised harm, and that is freely and fully acknowledged within my assessment, within my proof. On the other hand, 76% of the site, and this is obviously a difference between the witnesses here, I would argue we're retaining the landscape structure. I think it's an enhancement in many ways to take away arable land and to put in species-rich grassland and other habitats. And that landscape, at the very least, is therefore remaining as identifiable countryside, even if it is not productive arable land. So I think that, yes, we are going to have some harm to part of the site. No, we are going to actually, I would say, enhance certainly the biodiversity value of the majority of the site, and indeed increase the recreational access.
But from the perspective of this strategic aim, replacing farmland, which is expressly identified as, an important element here, replacing farmland with a country park, open space, whatever else you want to call it, that it can't be said to be an enhancement against the strategic aim, can it? Because there is a loss of farmland, isn't there?
Well, what it says, let's read that line again. It says the strategic aim for the North Sherborne character area is to conserve the overall rural pattern of farmland and woodland with small-scale settlement. That's what it says. It doesn't say to preserve agricultural land. It says conserve the overall rural pattern, and that should be viewed in concert, shouldn't it, with that first bullet point under built development, which says if a development's got to occur anywhere, it should occur next to the major settlements and on settlement edges. So what we are doing by retaining the hedgerows, by retaining 76% of the open land on the site, by enhancing biodiversity, we are conserving the overall rural pattern of farmland on that site. But I acknowledge, honestly, that we are, of course, causing some localised landscape and visual harm, because you cannot avoid that.
We can agree, can't we, that there is a difference in landscape character terms between farmland and what will be replacing that in the open space areas of the site, yeah?
There is a difference in character terms. It's arguable as to whether that is, and obviously Dr. Hickey sees that as a very negative change. I see it as something which is actually quite positive.
Yeah, but that's where the landscape character assessment doesn't back you up, because it is identifying the preservation of a pattern of farmland and woodland as positive, not the loss of that to replacement open space.
Well, I think the point is that we're not losing that overall rural pattern. We're actually working in accordance with this character assessment, because we're putting the development where they say they want the development. We are conserving the overall rural pattern, the precise words it uses.
It would be highly unlikely, wouldn't it, Mr. Smith, that any single development would have an impact so huge as to cause the loss of the overall rural pattern. The danger is of individual sites chipping away at it and eroding it, yes?
I don't think that is the case, is it? You, I'm sure, have come across many schemes which would completely obliterate the rural pattern.
Of an entire landscape area.
Is it not possible? I've certainly come across it.
Your evidence to this inquiry is seriously that you have come across a scheme so large that it has obliterated the pattern of an entire landscape character.
Forgive me, it's not a question of large, it's a question of insensitive. Is there a scheme that hasn't taken into consideration the structure of the landscape, the character of the landscape? And I'm afraid that happens a lot.
Yeah, I think we've slightly missed the question that Ms. Sargent put to you, which was the entirety of a landscape character area. I think what she's trying to say is, are you really suggesting that you're aware of schemes that, for example, would have taken out the whole pattern of this land?
North Sherborne. Oh gosh, no. Right. Forgive me if that's your question.
Yeah, that sort of was the question. I didn't think you'd picked up the nuance.
Yeah, forgive me, I misunderstood that.
Well, because your answer to my point on this passage is, well, the overall rural pattern of farmland and woodland will be retained. Yes, that's what you're saying?
Yes, with localised harm.
Fine, but when you say that, you're referring, I had assumed, maybe I'm wrong, but I had assumed you were referring to the overall rural pattern of farmland and woodland within the character area as a whole, yes?
Well, I was talking about the site specifically. Yes.
how will an overall pattern of farmland and woodland be retained within the site, Mr. Smith? There's no farmland or woodland in the site if this scheme comes forward, is there?
Well, this is again the difference between us, isn't it? May I just turn up the DAS? Yeah. I want to go to the design proposals. I'm not going to dwell on this because I dealt with it in chief. But I think the fundamental difference between us, sir, is here. I would say if we look at the 3.3, the illustrative layout, that's the one. I would say, of course, those 140 houses and those facilities close to those houses, the northeast corner of the site, of course, they are going to have negative landscape and visual effects, and I acknowledge that. What this does, whilst it changes the nature of the farmland itself because it becomes meadows and other habitats, it reinforces the landscape structure, and that's very important. Now, what is the fundamental here in terms of the character of this landscape? On the one hand, yes, losing farmland, arable fields, will have a negative impact on the landscape. But on the other hand, isn't it important that the majority, 76% of that site, is going to remain open, regardless of whether it's arable or meadow? It's open, and isn't it important that those hedgerows will be retained, reinforced, and indeed extended so that the pattern remains recognisable?
Okay, but let's be sensible. You confirmed a moment ago that your argument was that the pattern of farmland and woodland within the site will be retained. That is incorrect because there will not be any farmland within the site.
No, I'm sorry. I think I've answered this question. Forgive me if
I have a yes or a no, please. I mean, I don't mind which it is. If you want to say to me that I am wrong to say that there won't be any farmland in the site once the scheme comes forward, then that's a matter for you. But my question to you is, it is wrong to suggest that there will be a pattern of farmland and woodland within the site if the scheme comes forward.
Well, you've asked two questions there, haven't you?
It is wrong to suggest, isn't it, that there will be a pattern of farmland and woodland in the site?
That's not what the character assessment says.
Please answer the question.
Still a question, though, Mr. Smith.
There won't be
back to the assessment.
No, there won't be farmland.
Right, we'll move on.
Oh, no, there's a but. Sorry, could you let him finish?
No, I said he could.
Yes, the Miss Sergeant moved on, please.
All right.
Fine, but Miss Sergeant cut him across.
Yeah,
So
forgive me, if we go back to the character assessment, it didn't say a pattern of farmland, did it? It said, anyway, I think the inspector has it. I don't think
I'm sorry. I do want to get to the bottom of this, Mr. Smith. It's important. When you say it doesn't say there's a pattern of farmland, the words are the strategic aim for the North Sherborne character area is to conserve the overall rural pattern of farmland and woodland with small-scale settlement. I had understood, and you had confirmed, that your response to that was to say that the overall pattern of farmland and woodland within the site would be preserved. That's what you said. That is wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, well, okay. It is not going to be productive farmland. The question is returning it to meadows, is that actually something that doesn't actually conform with that counter assessment guidance? I say no, because the field pattern remains. You understand the difference?
I will pick this up in submission. Now, and a question that relates to something that was put to Dr. Hickey in cross-examination yesterday. Do you remember the passage of cross-examination where Mr. Banner said to Dr. Hickey, stop referring to change, focus on what the position will be in, I think, either 3 or 5 years' time, ignore the change, what's wrong with having a country park landscape on part of the site? Do you remember that?
Yes, I think so.
You, as a landscape professional, I assume, do not take the view that the inspector should be ignoring the change from the baseline and focusing only on the end result.
No, the whole assessment process is to consider the baseline and then the change that occurs as a result of the proposal.
Good, thank you. Yes, just a final point on landscape character before we move on to visual effects. This figure of 76% open land, I have probably missed a document somewhere, for which I apologise, but how is that 76% categorised? Is there a document I should be looking at that shows me which parts of the site have been included in the calculation?
I don't believe that there is, but obviously it is a calculation that's been made by the architects.
Right. And do you know, if you don't know, that's fine. I might be able to ask somebody else, but do you know whether the 76% includes the skate park, the kickabout area?
It does not, as far as I understand it. It does not. The kickabout area, though, I think it includes that because the kickabout area is to the west. And I see that as a very informal area. I realise the illustrative plan shows a sort of a pitch-shaped design, but in actual fact, the kickabout area doesn't have to have a pitch, shouldn't have a pitch. It's just an informal space for kickabout.
Okay, but the 76% calculation is not one that you have undertaken yourself. You've adopted that
No,
from somebody else.
Correct.
Who?
The architect.
The architects, thank you. Right, thank you. Visual effects next, please. And first of all, the extent to which visual effects influence tranquility. We can agree, can't we, that tranquility is not simply about an absence of noise?
It's largely about noise, but unfortunately it's become adopted to include other things. I don't agree with that, but unfortunately that's what's happened. But you've got on the, and to be honest, to clarify that, there is, for example, tranquility mapping, which is very much about noise. And then on the other hand, you've got character assessments talking about things like built structures being deleterious to tranquility, which to me doesn't make much sense. But unfortunately, that's the way it's being applied.
Good, thank you. Just picking up a few points in your assessment, if we can. Table E3, please, in your appendices.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And just to run through where, on your view, we end up. Viewpoint 3, as you were speaking about in evidence in chief, major, moderate, negative effect, and that is even with the mitigation, yes? So even
yes.
At year 15. And in terms of year 15, moderate, minor, negative effects for viewpoints 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, and 13, yes?
Yes. And obviously, as I said in chief, we have to view alongside those judgments, design judgments about whether they remain acceptable in design terms. So there's a judgment that has to be made in terms of visual assessment. That is the assessments you've just read out. But then there's also alongside that, does it remain acceptable in design terms? Is it effective? And that's why I was talking about, for example, with view 3, does that form an attractive and effective edge to the settlement?
I was going to come back to this later, but I'll pick it up now. You referred at the end of your evidence in chief in your conclusions similarly to the quality of the design, and I'll come back to this later with Mr. Burton. The inspector doesn't know what the design will be here, does he? This is an outline application.
That's correct. So it is only an illustrative scheme that you have before you.
Thank you. So just whilst we're getting our bearings, or I'm making sure I haven't misunderstood anything in your table E3, when we look at, I found this very helpful actually, paragraph 247, I think it is, of your proof. Yeah. We can see that you have helpfully correlated for us your viewpoints with the neighbourhood plan important views. So your viewpoint 11 is neighbourhood plan 1, your viewpoint 6 is neighbourhood plan view 2, and your viewpoint 3 represents 2 neighbourhood plan viewpoints 5 and 6, and then your viewpoint 10 is representative of Vista 4A, yeah?
That's correct.
So in terms of the impact on the neighbourhood plan views, we've got, even at year 15, a major, moderate, negative effect on 2 of them.
No, well, not entirely true, because viewpoint 3 is actually 2 neighbourhood plan views, so they're looking in slightly different directions. So if you, just to try and help you here, if we're able to just turn up the photomontages briefly, I'll try and be quick on this.
I know what you're going to say. It's not what you said in evidence in chief, but carry on.
May I say it?
Yeah.
So if we look, for example, at SF008, which is the viewpoint 3 photomontage, year 15. So effectively, there is one neighbourhood plan view that looks towards the existing settlement edge, and it is described as doing exactly that. And then there is another one, which is effectively the one over the page. So SF010, which is looking in the other direction. What that assessment in this table does is it treats them as one view. That's only one viewpoint for me, but the neighbourhood plans views are looking in 2 directions. So it's effectively the right and left of my viewpoint 3.
I understand that, but you have, I mean, I don't really know actually, how have you combined those 2 neighbourhood plan views to come to, because you come to an overall conclusion on the significance in relation to both of those views, and you don't treat them individually, so I can't really see what your assessment is.
In fact, I've taken a worst case assessment, haven't I? Because what I've said is that there's going to be a significant effect at year 15 on viewpoint 3. But in actual fact, if you did break it down, and I do actually go on, as I did in chief, to talk about what the effect on the neighbourhood plan views would be, I've actually said, well, it remains a vista. The hedgerow remains in there. But in actual fact, in terms of visual terms, that view would have a significant visual effect at year 15.
Yeah, and you stand by that, I assume.
I do.
Good, thank you. And we have a moderate, minor negative effect on 3 more of the neighbourhood plan views, number 1, number 2 and Vista 4A at year 15, yes?
Correct.
So what I don't understand is, given that we have a major, moderate negative effect on at least 1, so I mean, view 5 or view 6. I mean, what is, I do need to clear this up actually, Mr. Smith. What is your view in relation to neighbourhood plan views 5 and 6 separately then? So I think I might have missed it in your written evidence, but
I don't state it. I do give one, because it's only one viewpoint for me. I say that there is a significant long-term effect, but clearly you only have to look at those photomontages to realise that there is less of an effect on, I think it's viewpoint 5, I think, from memory, that's pointed towards the hedgerow, whereas viewpoint 6, I think, is towards the settlement edge. Forgive me if I've got that wrong. So there's going to be less of an effect on that. But overall, there is a significant effect on that viewpoint.
Okay, yeah, let's deal with this way then. Your own evidence, leaving aside Dr. Hickey's views entirely, your own evidence is that there would, at year 15, be a major, moderate negative effect taking those 2 neighbourhood views, neighbourhood plan views 5 and 6 together, yes?
Yes.
And a moderate to minor negative effect on 3 additional neighbourhood plan important views 1, 2 and 4A. So given that that is your evidence, how at paragraph 100 of your proof are you able to say that locally recognised views would be protected?
Because what what we are doing, let me just read paragraph 100. Yeah, because, and I explained this at several points in my proof, the policy within the neighbourhood development plan talks about, for example, complementing those neighbourhood plan views. I believe that our design complements them because even though there would be change, it places development where there is already some influence of development. It keeps vistas open in front of those views. It provides open space in the foreground of those views. It retains existing vegetation within those views. So on the one hand, we have to acknowledge that there would be significant visual change in those views. Does that mean that we are not respecting those views, complementing those views? No. The very phrase complementing in that policy D1 clearly that it's not a you must not change this view. It is more a case of respect this view, work with this view, retain key elements of this. And as I say, given that these views, and particularly views 5 and 6, already include the settlement edge, it is not the case that they have to be free of development. The description of those views 5 and 6 is that they include settlement edge. So yes, we're causing visual change, but we're also creating an attractive view. It is still something that works. But that's why we're working with the neighbourhood plan views. But we have to, using the Glivia guidance, we have to acknowledge that there would be significant effects in at least one, well, in one case.
Right, thank you. I want to just interrogate the substance of your analysis a little bit, and then we'll come back to this argument later. Could we look at viewpoint? So within table E3, could we look at viewpoint 3, please?
Yes.
And we can see the magnitude. Sorry, yeah. We can see the magnitude is said to reduce from substantial medium in year 5 to medium in year 3, yes?
Yes.
And as I've understood it, I hope correctly, the reasoning behind that shift, so in magnitude terms, substantial medium down to medium, I think you set it out at page 63 of your proof. If we could just get that up, please.
Yes, I have that. What paragraph? Yeah.
Yeah. We say, once settlement edge landscaping in orchard is established by year 15, the magnitude of the views of the new settlement edge would be filtered and framed by more mature vegetation, and the focal point of the view would be the middle distance views along the new greenway and the existing hedgerow.
Yeah.
But when we look, could we look please at the photo montage? So SF008.
Yes, I have that.
Yes, so SF008 should be
The left-hand side of the view, yeah.
Viewpoint 3, the one with the house in, essentially.
That's right.
I mean, looking at that, and this is the year 15.
It's
the one, yeah. Looking at that and the prominence of the dwelling in this view, it's wrong, isn't it, to suggest that the focal point of this view is going to be middle distance views?
No, I don't think it is, my answer. If you look at SF007, which is the existing view on the left, and as I've mentioned, you do see the settlement edge already within that view. So built form is an element, but at a much smaller scale than that which we are proposing. So without a doubt, you are going to see those houses much more clearly on the left-hand side of the view, and my assessment has acknowledged that. However, it is clear when you look at SF010 over the page that there is a middle distance view along the existing hedgerow and through what would be or could be orchards, which I think would be an attractive vista. And I think it is very natural and normal for people to want to look as far as they can see. That's one of the benefits of those views, to see, to have a prospect effectively. And that provides a prospect. And there is no doubt about it when you compare that with previous photomontage, or let's take SF006, for example. There is nothing, it's very clear that the visibility of the settlement edge is greatly diminished when compared with that view at year one. So in that view, built form is much more of a feature. It occupies more of the view and is therefore a much clearer component of that view, whereas it recedes in that photo montage, because of course in SF010 we've got a settlement edge on the right of that view, which is views of which are almost entirely filtered or screened by vegetation. So I'm not ignoring the fact that you can see built form. I'm acknowledging that there are still negative effects. In fact, I've said that they are significant, but what I am saying is it is still a well-designed and attractive prospect from that view because of the space that's provided in front of the view, the existing vegetation that's retained.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm interested in is whether the downgrading of the magnitude
is to do with the vegetation. I think that's what you're asking, isn't it?
Well, no, I'm just interested in whether it's really sort of realistic. So there's a downgrading from substantial medium in year 5 to medium in year 15. And I'll leave the inspector to reach his own view, to be honest. I think we've aired the evidence, but just a couple of points on these montages. I think these are showing the one you were just referring to as a year 1, isn't it, rather than a year 5?
Yes.
And also, they don't seem to me, when I look at, sorry, the numbers are really squitty actually on my screen.
It's because they're meant to be printed at A1, actually.
Sorry, it's my fault for not having.
No one prints them at A1, don't worry.
Them in a larger paper format, but yeah, 006, for example, I think the path is in a slightly different location than when it's shown in zero and subsequently, isn't it?
No, I don't think it's in a different location, but
Sorry, not the path.
It's a wider field of view.
wider field of view, exactly, sir. So we're actually seeing the path in the foreground, whereas in the earlier one we don't see the path in the foreground. So it's the angle of view.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting to see a change between year 1 and year 10 in that respect. But anyway, we will leave that point to the inspector.
The design doesn't change, obviously.
Yeah. Paragraph 238 of your proof.
238. So have that.
So this, I believe, is talking about the viewpoint we were just looking at, but only long-term significant visual effect of the walkers at viewpoint 300 pathway.
Yes.
And you say that the effect would remain marginally significant.
Yes.
But I mean, this is an effect that encompasses, doesn't it, the photo montage we were just looking at, where the dwelling house is very prominent in the foreground, so SF008.
Yes.
So is it seriously your evidence of the inquiry that SF008 is a marginally significant effect?
I should explain why I've said that. I can understand your confusion. And may I ask you to turn up?
But anyway.
Or you're not confused?
No, I just, it was a factual question whether it was seriously your evidence of the inquiry that what is shown in SF008 is a marginally significant effect.
Well, as a matter of fact, that is correct. It is a marginally significant effect, but I wanted to explain what that meant, if I may.
Yeah.
If we look at E3, the assessment of visual effects, we are talking about viewpoint 3 here, aren't we?
3, yeah.
Yeah. So it's purely a matter of the fact that if you look at the assessment matrix and you carry through medium against high to medium sensitivity, so you can see sensitivity high to medium, obviously that stays the same. Magnitude at year 5, substantial stroke medium, and then it goes to medium. So when I said marginally significant, what I meant was that if you like, the distance above the bar of significance has decreased. So as in an EIA terms, it's still significant, but the degree to which it crosses that bar has obviously reduced because you've now got a medium against high to medium in terms of your assessment matrix, which in many ways makes it a major moderate if you were being very, very picky. But obviously we simplify it to just major moderate. So you can see that the year 5 effects and the year 15 effects, I haven't actually reduced the overall visual effect, but the magnitude has reduced. So that's what I mean by marginally significant.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to very briefly just unpack the exchange that occurred yesterday where there was reference to Sellafield and a nuclear power station, please, and see if we can straighten that one out. The point that was made to Dr. Hickey was on his, so let's just turn up his proof to have the reference to hand. Page 33. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, that's the matrix, yeah.
Yes, the matrix. So you can see from the key, there's a range of conclusions for significance and also for magnitude and sensitivity of from 0 for none through to very high is the highest, yeah?
Yes.
And the point that was made was this was in relation to your viewpoint 10 and Dr. Hickey's viewpoint I, according to my notes. But the point generally was, you can't seriously think that the outcome of high is justified because that's only one rung down from very high, which we would have if we had a nuclear power plant on site. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But the way that this works, though, and it's the point that you were just making to me, I think, in relation to your marginal significance, is that there's a methodology that leads you to the result, isn't there? So on Dr. Hickey's methodology, we work out what the change magnitude and the sensitivity are, and then that gives us an indication of the significance, yes?
Yes.
And for all of these things, so for magnitude, for sensitivity and so forth, there's a threshold. And once a scheme attains, for example, the threshold of being a moderate effect or the threshold of being a high effect or what have you, the fact that there might exist elsewhere other schemes like nuclear power stations that also cross the threshold for a very high effect and might do it much more obviously is irrelevant, isn't it? Because if your scheme attains the threshold of being a very high effect, then that there are worse schemes out there in the world that do the same doesn't influence what your scheme is doing against the matrix, does it?
Well, it's not entirely true, is it? Because what we as landscape architects are being asked to do is to use our judgment, use our experience to get the right level of assessment. If we genuinely say that something has a high level of effect, then I would expect that we've exercised that same judgment on other sites, that we know that is, it is justifiably the second level of significance, as Dr. Hickey calls it. So that context of other sites of experience really is important, isn't it? Because if you are saying, well, actually, I regard that in my experience, this is the second highest level that you could get, then I think to use the example of the nuclear power station, the shard, whatever it is, it is relevant, isn't it? Because in actual fact, you are saying, yes, it's that important, it's that significant. And that's what we're being asked to do as landscape architects. We are being asked to exercise our judgment. It has to take that into account, doesn't it?
We can agree there's obviously a need to an extent to exercise your professional judgment, but can we look, please, at your own methodology, table A3 to begin with, so page 8 of your appendices.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, we can see this is just by way of example, but this is the table that sets out levels of susceptibility of landscape receptors to change. Yeah.
Yes.
And we can see the approach is not, use your professional judgment to work out how this compares in susceptibility terms with other schemes that you're aware of and have experience of. There are written criteria that you apply. Fine, you exercise your judgment in deciding which box you're in, but you have regard to what's written in the box and you apply that to the scheme in front of you, don't you?
You do, but at the same time, clearly, a scheme is going to be more susceptible to a nuclear power plant, isn't it? An open field will be more susceptible to a nuclear power plant than it would to a barn, for example. So the point is, if you are saying that something is at the second highest level of effect, then you are actually saying that this is really, really impactful. It is really of that high level. So you're applying those criteria, but you're using your judgment, your experience. And what we are doing, if we are saying that something is so high, that level of effect is so high, then we are flagging this up that something that in our experience is one of the biggest, highest levels of effects that we have come across. And that's a very important judgment, and it's got to be backed up by very thorough assessment.
But the fact remains, leaving aside Dr. Hickey, if you were to work through your methodology, not necessarily in relation to this scheme, but in relation to any scheme, if you work through your methodology and you apply it, and you arrive at, either an overall conclusion of high or very high significance, even if you arrive at a conclusion of very high significance, you don't then think to yourself, oh, well, the methodology has led me here and I'm confident in the judgments that I've made at every step along the way, but this isn't a nuclear power station and there are worse things out there, so I better back myself down the methodology. That's not how it works, is it? You work through the methodology stepwise and that brings you to your conclusion, yes?
Well, no, because wouldn't you, I know what I do, after 32 years of doing this, what I do is I sense check it once I've actually completed my assessment. I say to myself, well, hold on a second. Does this ring true? Do these results really show the true effect of this development? And as part of that process, yes, of course, I'm going to consider lots of other schemes that I've been involved with, whether they're residential or indeed other things. Because frankly, I could go to an appeal and someone such as yourself might say, hold on, Mr. Smith, we've got a proof prepared by you on this energy from waste plant back in 2009, and you said this. So I have to be consistent in my judgments. I do have to take account of different types of development and my judgments on those developments. So no, you do go through that process, then you get to the end of it and you say, hold on, does this fit? Is it right? And at that point, you then perhaps go back and you reassess some parts. It is an iterative process.
Sure, but if having sense checked it, you work back through your reasonings and you think, okay, yeah, there are worse things that could come forward on this site, like a nuclear power station, but actually I've gone back and I've checked what I've said, and at every point I'm satisfied in my judgments, then You don't need to alter your response, do you?
Well, no, for the reasons I've just said, I don't agree with that. I think that you do have to actually consider context, your experience. You have to consider, does this fit? What we have here, Dr. Hickey has assessed some of the highest levels of effect in his own methodology. I would be saying to myself, hold on a second, 140 homes in the northeast corner of a site, 76% of the site as open fields, hedgerows retained, and we have got the second and third levels of highest levels of visual effect. How have I got to that? And the simple answer is that Dr. Hickey is saying it is arable fields, it's going to become meadows. I believe the loss of those arable fields causes a significant level of visual effect. That is the difference between it. I disagree with that.
Okay, but we can agree, can't we, that the methodology is not, the landscape professional imagines what the worst possible, most impactful development on the site could be, and then takes a view on comparatively how bad the proposals in front of him or her are. It's not a comparative exercise. You are supposed to focus on the scheme in front of you, work through the methodology, see where it gets you, and then fine, check it. But if, having sense checked it, the methodology leads you to the outcome you've arrived at, then that's fine, isn't it? That's what you say.
If you have sense checked it and it withstands that scrutiny, I suspect the sense checking perhaps hasn't been as thorough as it might have been in Dr. Hickey's case. Forgive me, that's my opinion.
Right, thank you. Paragraph 234 of your proof next, please. Just to check, I haven't missed something. You can see that you say, for the remaining views, 7, 9, 12 and 13, reference to the new photo montages and, the ZTVs indicate that these judgments are broadly correct. Have I overlooked photo montages for those viewpoints somewhere?
But it says reference to the new photo montages and the ZTVs.
Yes.
So the ZTVs tell me what degrees of visibility.
No, it's really difficult, Mr. Smith. I genuinely just want to know.
No, there are not. No, there are no others. Sorry, it was a collective photo montages and ZTV.
So in relation to 7, 9, 12 and 13, it should really just say reference to the ZTV shows the judgments to be broadly correct.
That's true, yes.
And it's not the case. It's simply factually that you haven't produced photo montages for those viewpoints. It's not that you've done the work and it isn't in front of the inquiry.
No, we haven't done those.
Okay.
We've focused on what we regard to be the most sensitive views, mainly the neighbourhood development plan views.
Yeah. Paragraph 246 next, please, in the proof still.
Yes, I have that.
We know, sorry, that might be the wrong reference. Yeah, we can understand from this paragraph and also from the methodology where it's explained, I think expressly, that your approach to significance, because you're talking here about only one viewpoint on the Brenda Parker Way would experience long-term significant visual effects, and then you go on to talk about less than significant effects. We know that for you, a significant effect is something that is at least major moderate significance, and that a moderate significant effect is not actually, on your analysis, a significant effect. Yeah.
Unless there is such a focus, gathering, concentration of moderate effects, they could actually collectively be seen as significant. That's what the methodology says. That's what our methodology says.
Yeah, I didn't see any express consideration in your proof, though, of whether looking at because there are a lot of effects here that are moderate. There isn't anywhere in your proof where you ask yourself whether when you take all the moderate effects together, they then achieve a significance of effect.
Because I don't believe that they do. I believe that there are focused significant effects. Just as an aside on that, the matrix that you've just taken me to in Dr. Hickey's evidence, it has a gradient of significance, and that's not what we're asked to do. We are asked to make a judgment as to something, whether something is significant or not. So the fact that something is of negligible significance, for example, it's either significant or it isn't. It's not actually clear from that matrix whether something is significant or not.
Can we get Glibia 3 out, please, Mr. Smith? And could you go to paragraph 3.34, which I think is page 41?
Yes.
You can see at the end it says it should be made clear that effects not considered to be significant will not be completely disregarded, yes?
Yes.
And we can see the beginning of this paragraph says when drawing a distinction between levels of significance is required, beyond significant or not significant, a word scale for degrees of significance can be used, yes?
Yes.
It's not correct, is it? And this certainly wasn't put to Dr. Hickey yesterday in cross-examination. It's not correct to suggest that he's somehow gone wrong in producing his matrix as the set out in Glibia 3.
Well, forgive me, it says at 3.34, if we carry on with that paragraph, as well as a clear explanation of which categories are considered to be significant and which are not. Where is that in this matrix?
I'm assuming you've read that section 4 of Dr. Hickey's evidence, which explains his take to significance and the dispute between you as to where the threshold is drawn. So I'm also not going to answer questions from you. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but you're the person giving evidence.
Of course.
There was no question about section 4 of Dr. Hickey's evidence. I'd like to comment. You said you assume he's read it.
No, I'm trying to cut through a passage of cross-examination where I've been asked to answer a question, which I'm clearly not going to do. Let's just move on.
Generally, we don't comment unless you ask the witness to provide a response.
I look forward to the remaining inquiry having no comments from my head in that regard. Yes, neighbourhood plan views again, please. Can we go to paragraph 254 of your proof?
Yes, I have that.
So this is within the section where you're looking specifically at the impacts on the important views identified in the plan.
Yes.
And you say here is all of these existing views contain glimpses of the existing settlement edge, and in some cases there are also clear views of existing pylons. My first question, could we look back again at your photo montages, please? Just to look at them kind of in sequence and turn through them. So if you just pick up it's SF003 is the first photo montage, and we just turn through those. In terms of what they are showing us about the extent of built form on the settlement edge at the moment, the existing position, there are hardly any existing houses visible in these photo montages at the moment, are there?
There aren't a lot, but it is clear that you are on the settlement edge because there is built form that is visible. That is the difference between something that is entirely rural and remote and something where you have a sense that you're on the settlement edge.
But the built form you're relying on are the houses, which we can, as you've just acknowledged, there aren't very many of those, not a lot. And the other thing you rely on in your proof that we were just looking at is the clear views of existing pylons, yes?
In some of the views, yes.
Yeah, but we can agree, can't we, that you equally well find pylons in rural landscapes?
That is true. But when it's seen cumulatively with other features, clearly, again, it gives a sense of intrusion that reduces rurality. That's something that's acknowledged in the landscape sensitivity assessment. It's something that's acknowledged in the character assessment. So this is not me doing this in isolation. And the other point I would say there is, you say I rely on the few houses within this view. If you look at the description of the views within the neighbourhood development plan, they say that the view is towards elements of the settlement edge. So it's not something that they are ignoring. They are saying that you are looking towards the settlement edge, and they pick out some buildings on that settlement edge. There's a clear acknowledgement that that is a feature of those views.
Paragraph 255, moving on in your proof, please, still dealing with the neighbourhood plan views. In every case, you say, the proposed design, which we know is illustrative, respects the neighbourhood plan view or vista by placing a greenway or open space in the foreground of the view, thus retaining an open prospect. Looking at your viewpoint 3 again, which is the one with the house, it's right to acknowledge that a significant part of that view would have built form in the foreground, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But as we have touched on, obviously, I believe that by leaving a significant area of open space alongside the existing hedgerow, we retain a prospect over open land towards natural vegetation. So that's why I believe we're complementing that neighbourhood plan view. And
I said I was coming back to this, so we now come back to it. We get at the end of this paragraph 255, reiteration of the point you made earlier in oral evidence, that you think the scheme would complement the existing character of these neighbourhood plan views. So we know, as we've been through it earlier, we've got 3 neighbourhood plan views that would in year 15 experience a minor moderate negative effect, and that neighbourhood plan views 5 and 6 together would experience, even at year 15, a major to moderate negative effect. But it is still your position as a landscape professional that even where on your own evidence there would be a major moderate negative effect at year 15, there can still be development that would respect and complement the view, even though there's a major to moderate negative.
Yes, absolutely. And I have given that evidence at many inquiries, because we have to, as I said, I think in chief, we have to make 2 judgments. One is the landscape and visual judgment, which, as I say, if you follow the Glivia methodology, you have to honestly acknowledge that there would be some significant negative effects. But then you have to make a second judgment, which I do at section 3 of my proof, about design. And the question there is the design something that respects the wider setting? Is it appropriate in its setting? Now, look at the situation. I mean, we were talking earlier on about nuclear power stations. Look at a situation where you are putting an urban development on open land, and you create something which has got, rather like this scheme, you've got a very attractive edge with filtered views towards the settlement edge, lots of community facilities, lots of biodiversity net gain. That would be perceived, it's porous, it's got lots of greenways, it would be seen as good design, following best practice. So from a design point of view, this scheme, for example, would be seen as a very good settlement edge design. However, if you then break it down in landscape visual terms, you have to acknowledge that there would be some significant landscape visual effects. Those are 2 different judgments. And in a similar way, the neighbourhood plan views have to acknowledge that there would be built form in those views. That built form would be much larger than it is at present. But the key thing is that we have designed those views such that the effects are complementary, because we are still retaining openness, views to natural features. So you see there's just 2 different judgments.
Right. So your argument that despite there being, you acknowledge, negative effects in landscape and visual terms on these neighbourhood plan views, nevertheless, the scheme will still respect and complement them relies on the design of the scheme.
Yes, it does.
This is an outline application where the design isn't known, isn't it?
It is, but then the illustrative scheme shows us what is possible. I mean, it's obviously within the gift of the council, for example, to say you should do the scheme like that.
No. Anyway, that's a planning point.
That's a planning point, and I'm only a landscape architect.
So I'm about to sort of slightly move on to different issues, and I'm aware of the time. I don't have eons left. I think I would only end up at about 10 minutes, probably over my estimate, but equally, I think I'm not at sort of 5 minutes finishing either. So I thought.
Sorry, 10 minutes off an estimate means.
Sorry, my estimate was 2 hours, so I might be fractionally over, but not massively so. But I'm the short point, it being nearly 1 o'clock, is I'm not about to finish either. So I thought I'd check in with you.
No, that's very helpful. I'm not obviously a fan of leaving witnesses in isolation over longer breaks, but I don't think there's anything you do. I don't see no point in driving forward, and I'm sure that Mr. Smith will be food and watered where appropriate.
So can I just raise one thing? It was, I think there's an implication of what Mr. Sargent just said, that visualizations in the photo montages are not representative. It suggested that the design they show may not be supported by the council at the reserve matters stage. You'll recall, sir, that Mr. Sargent's witness expressly confirmed that photo montages were representative. If that's going to change, I need to know about it, because obviously I need to know the case I have to meet. He did expressly confirm that. He wasn't re-examined on the point. And if you're going to seek to kind of clarify or kind of...
Yeah, there's some semantics here on there about confirming whether it reflects the illustrative scheme, I think is an entirely fair point.
Well, if Ms. Sargent went further than that, the point she just said a moment ago, which said no, was that maybe the council, that it can't happen, not that it's sort of illustrative, but it can't happen. There's a difference with it.
Well, I think that's got that.
If that's going to be made.
That wasn't quite the statement. The statement was it isn't outline scheme. And Mr. Smith fairly said he's a landscape architect and not a planner.
Yes, but maybe that I misheard what Ms. Sargent said. That the implication I heard was that it was no, they couldn't secure it. Obviously, it's illustrative, so it may be something different. But the question, the outline is, could this be?
It's much like the throwaway statement I had from you, Mr. Banner, yesterday. It was a statement that it isn't guaranteed that will be comes through, but that's something to be dealt with by the planning.
Just need to know what the case against me is and to change.
First, it's a simple response.
Yeah.
I am not suggesting, obviously, and neither am I going to, that the photo montages do not accurately represent the illustrative master plan.
I think that's a statement we've got to accept. That was Dr. Hickey's.
Yeah.
And that's how I read Dr. Hickey's. Not that it reflected what necessarily might be the final scheme features.
I thought there was a suggestion of that the photo montages weren't represented of the illustrative scheme. If that's not being suggested, then
I will ask some questions around the fact that it's an outline scheme and,
how much reliance can be placed on.
That's fine. That's absolutely fair game. But if the photo montages aren't accurate, then
at the moment we had design witnesses in an outline application,
yes,
then there always has to be that question of what are we actually grappling with here?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Understood.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me just ask whether there's a need for a particularly longer break in any way. My gut feeling at the moment is that there isn't, unless there's a lot of work going on to get you unilateral out this afternoon, which you had suggested was going to happen.
It's already been sent to your case officer.
There we are. So you'll get it tomorrow.
Okay.
No, so I've probably got about 5 minutes of examination, if that. So we're ahead of the curve, I think, still, famous last words.
That's fine.
I've got a witness list for you as well.
Wonderful. 45 minutes. This is why I asked the question, because it's about how people are feeling. So
I just find 45 minutes by the time I've managed to eat something, and
is it?
It's a bit tight. So
Okay. If we find ourselves under pressure, I'll bring it back to 45 minutes at some point, but I'll go with an hour as general if people are happy with that. Right. Our journal, it was 1 o'clock. Perfect.
We just leave this on your desk, sir.
1 o'clock. Yes. If you hand it over, that's fine. It's not a document of the inquiry or anything like that. It's just an assist.
If you wanted an electronic version for kind of cutting and pasting,
Don't need it.
Don't need it.
No.
Right.
Resume. Just a quick thought on two things from me before we go back into the cross-examination. One, we are very close to being on time, in fact, probably slightly ahead of time. I wonder if we should just very briefly talk about whether practically Mr. Dawes is going to come in later this afternoon on the timetable or not. And if he is, then we should perhaps trigger that update to the programme to go onto the website. I don't think we should be bringing Mr. Burton forward. It's just a question about whether Mr. Dawes does. If the feeling is that that's not practical at this stage, then I'm quite happy to accept that and we stick with the timetable as set out. But I thought it was worth having a very quick think about that in case there was an update we needed to do. Thoughts?
I'm prepared to cross-examine, but appreciate it's being my learned friend's hands.
The other side. I'll take your lead entirely on this. There is no pressure because at the moment we don't know. It's one of those classic, isn't it? We don't have the time pressures showing themselves ahead. There'll be a point where we'll be going. No, don't worry.
I'm in two minds because it may be cleaner to have the evidence back to back together in the morning, but
I think.
But I'm easy either way.
I think if we do think, I don't know, we probably will. Yes, I think we can have Mr. Dawes on this afternoon. The only thing, if we're not going to attempt Mr. Burton, then that's fine, I think.
Mr. Burton is here and ready to go, but at the same time, if you think it's too much, and I really don't mind, to be quite honest, it's a choice between swift progress or an early finish.
So, yeah, I mean, where we're at,
comfortable
with your, I assume if you're, as you say, within about 10 minutes of your original timings, there's maybe 2/4 an hour worth of cross-exam left. That does leave us quite a big chunk of this afternoon.
Yep. So we're perfectly happy to. It's, as we discussed yesterday, it's only a few pages in Mr. Dawes' proofs that
it is.
About. So I have discussed those with him, and so we are ready to go.
Okay. I just think in terms of avoiding too much disruption, if we bring Mr. Dawes forward, leave Mr. Burton as a kick-off on tomorrow morning, then we're not radically changing the programme. I don't think anybody in interested party would be disadvantaged by the fact that Mr. Dawes comes forward. But they may, if they'd wanted to be engaged with the urban design side. Yes. And I'd brought him forward a day. That was just my feeling when I looked at it. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. The other is, yes, the unilateral undertaking latest draft has come through.
Excellent.
Electronic. No, I haven't had a chance to read through it, although I noticed an additional name on the signatories.
Yes.
Suggestion. If you're content that can go on the website, because I think the parish and the district are looking at it.
We are.
Then if we could arrange for that to take place, we've met our commitments of the Wednesday afternoon. Go on that. I'm entirely happy that it gets put on without prejudice and potentially subject to change. But it was clear to me when listening to the district councillors in particular that they didn't have any feel for what commitments were being made by this scheme. Now that might be unfair. From what they said, I wasn't aware of how much awareness they perhaps had of the commitments that are likely to be associated with the scheme, subject obviously the council's review of that unilateral undertaking and etc. And I just think it might be helpful for it to be out there. Good, thank you. Anything raised its head over lunchtime I need to be aware of?
It's not an issue, but just to say that Councillor Nick Robinson, who spoke yesterday, was the only councillor who didn't have to hand a document. What he said has produced a document.
Is it what he said?
Well,
That's the first question. It's like you're asking a question.
I can't speak for him, but anyway, all I can say is the council has been provided with his motive.
Mr. Robinson was fairly short and sweet on the issue of the 5-year housing land supply, how much they've provided in the district, what's been delivered distinctly within Bram. There was quite a lot of detail, like some 1, 2, 4, 1, 1, 5, 5, 6, etc.
I mean, for myself, I didn't manage to take down all of his figures.
Can I suggest you just share that?
Yeah.
It's not my document, so I don't.
Yeah. if it reflects it, we'll take it, because I'll always take interested parties' views if they come to. But before I see it, have a quick check, see if your understanding of the discussion that took place. No rush to do that.
Thank you.
Won't delay the cross-examination. We'll pick it up a little bit later.
Yes, well, yeah. The answer is yes. So there we are. We can confirm straight away.
So shall I hand a copy to you then, in the appellant's?
If from your point of view you're content that that reflected what he said, then it can be in evidence and it can sit as an inquiry document. It will be document 13, yes. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Sargent. We're partway through cross-examination of Mr. Smith, the appellant's landscape witness. No other matters raised their heads. Ms. Sargent, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Let's get going again. Could we look at your proof at paragraph 107, please?
Yes, I have that.
We can see you're talking about scale here, and my first query was a mathematical one. Actually, I don't need to do the calculation now. You come up with this figure of around 3%.
Yeah.
Total number of homes in Granby. I did some maths on the figures, and I had about 7%, but I'm not sure quite which numbers you were, calculating against to get to 3%. So can you just clarify how I'm supposed to do that calculation and which figures I should be, dividing by or multiplying by or what have you?
Okay. So has 1,662 dwellings. And it's an increase of 140 new homes. Excuse me. So that's the percentage I'm working out. Do you want me to work that out for you, or is that?
No, I wasn't sure whether you were doing anything with the 200 homes at St James's Park in your calculation, but if you're not, then I'll.
No.
Okay. So it's the calculation you rely on is 140 against 1662, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to tell me it's the wrong figure now, are you?
I don't think it's 3, but anyway, I'm not particularly concerned whether it's 3 or 7 or, something similar in that order. It's right, though, isn't it, that when we are considering whether the scale of a scheme is appropriate, we have to think beyond simply calculating, what percentage increase in the number of dwelling houses there would be in the settlement, yes?
Yes. Certainly. I mean, that's from a landscape and visual point of view, scale is obviously much more than that.
Good, thank you. Now, can we go back, please, to the landscape statement of common ground, core document 6.6?
Yes, I have that.
And paragraph 23, which we've already looked at a couple of times.
Yes.
We know what's been agreed there. Inevitable that all greenfield residential developments will result in at least localised landscape and visual harm, but it's not the case that all greenfield residential developments will result in landscape or visual harm of the same significance, is it?
Well, no, there won't be the same levels. I mean, be a little bit careful, can I suggest, with your, I sound dreadfully picky, the same significance. It's either significant or it isn't, obviously in EIA terms. The same level, I will accept that.
The reference to significance, let's look at your appendix again, please, your appendices and your, which name I'm looking for. table, for example? No, you know, we've already been over this, I think, to go back over it again. It depends, doesn't it? The overall level of effect, we agreed to just use those words.
Yes.
Shorthand. The level of effect will depend on variables, including the value of the site, the sensitivity of the receptor, and the other component parts of the methodology. Yeah.
Correct.
Could we then pick up Dr. Hickey's proof again, please?
I have that, yeah. Where would you like me to go?
And this table 1 on page 41. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
And it was put to him in cross-examination that the fifth, so the fifth column in from the left or the fourth one from the right, but basically the middle-ish column, change after 15 years. It was put to him that the description of change in that column would apply, I think the phrase was, to pretty much any greenfield development, which he accepted. But it's not correct that the other columns, so magnitude and sensitivity, and then the overall conclusion on significance, will almost inevitably be the same for any form of greenfield development, is it?
No, it does vary. I mean, these in particular, these are visual judgments you've taken me to here. So
yeah, it's just because that's how the question was put in cross-examination that I'm going back to that. So then can we go back to the appellant's statement of case, please, core document 6.1.
Yep.
And to paragraph 2.18, 2.18.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And we can see here, it says the appellant will also set out that the only way that the council can meet its housing requirement is to locate development on sustainable greenfield sites. And that as such, it is inevitable that some harm would arise in landscape and visual terms. And the inspector has no proper evidence before him, does he, of how the nature and significance of the landscape and visual harm here compares to the nature and significance of landscape and visual harm that would arise if an alternative greenfield countryside site were developed elsewhere in the borough?
Well, no, because practically we can't assess every other possibility. What we have provided, and what I have provided, is 2 comparative sites which have been developed, and I've talked about the effects on those, which is obviously the one in Oakley and then St James's Park.
Yeah, we're going to look at those later. But by way of example, the inspector obviously doesn't know what the relationship, what relationship another site might have with public rights of way or with heritage assets.
Well, no.
Thank you. So let me find a reference that I seem to have lost. 1 second. What we do know, this is, can we go to paragraph 169 of your proof, please?
Yes, I have that.
This is where you're making the point about the HDA sensitivity assessment. And you're saying in summary, only 23% of sites were assessed as having lower landscape and visual sensitivity than the appeal site. But what that means is that the inspector does know that 23% of the sites in the HDA assessment were concluded as being less sensitive than this one, yes?
Yes.
So it's correct, isn't it, that it hasn't been shown? I appreciate for practical reasons maybe, but it hasn't been shown that the council couldn't achieve its housing requirement on sites that are less harmful in landscape and visual terms than the development of the appeal site would be.
Well, it's, as you rightly said, it's difficult to show that for all possibilities, but what we have is a solution that I feel reduces the potential for harm an acceptable level.
You said it's difficult to show that. It hasn't been shown that the housing requirement couldn't be achieved on less sensitive sites.
Because it is difficult to show that.
So
because
it hasn't. Yes or no, please. It hasn't been shown, has it?
No, it hasn't been shown.
Good, thank you. Now I just want to look at a couple of these very briefly at some of your comparators. So we've got. I'll go to the precise references as and when we get to them, but we've got Station Road, already mentioned, Jones Park, and then Clift Surgery. It's correct, though, isn't it, that you mentioned a number of other sites, other schemes that have received planning permission and that have been built out in some instances, but for none of those other sites, does the inspector have the full picture in terms of the overall planning balance, what the package of benefits was to outweigh any harms?
Well, I don't set out the full balance because obviously I can only set out the landscape and visual side. Clearly, these are things in the public domain. These are things that are accessible. There are things that have been examined, and therefore there is information available.
The inspector doesn't have it unless it's in front of him as a core document approved for an inquiry document.
I like to think I've given a fair summary of the landscape and visual issues. We obviously, both of these sites are in Basingstoke and Dean, so we understand some of the housing need context to
that. Station Road, we do have the appeal decision in relation to that one, I think. Can we look at core document 4.1, please?
It's just trying to download it. Yeah, it's not downloading. I'm going to I have got it on my file, so I'll just bear with me and I'll pull it out of another folder. Yep, I've got that.
Good, thank you. Could you go within the decision letter, please, to paragraph 8?
Yes, I have that.
And we can see, obviously, this is a site in Oakley, as we saw this morning. So we can see it was the Oakley and Dean neighbourhood plan that applied, not the Bramley neighbourhood plan.
Yes.
And so specifically not policy D1 of the Bramley neighbourhood plan, obviously, because that's different settlement.
Correct. Yeah.
Paragraph 19, please. We can see it says halfway through, due to the falling topography and intervening hedgerows, the site is not very visible from footpath 6 and 7. And 20, there are glimpses of the southeastern part of the site from footpath number 9B, yes?
Yes.
This doesn't appear to me to have been a site with public rights of way along 3 of the 4 sides like we've got here. Is that correct as far as you're aware?
It's not entirely correct because we have Station Road, which local residents were very keen to point out was a cycling route, a riding route, and a walking route down the western side. There was a footpath along the southern edge and the eastern edge. There was also, to be honest with you, there was also an access to some housing along the northern side of the site as well. So technically, there were publicly accessible rights of way on 4 different flanks.
Okay, well, all I can go off is what you've put in evidence, which is what the inspector had to say about that, which is that the site wasn't very visible from footpath 6 and 7.
And that's absolutely correct. But your question was slightly different. You said, were there rights of way on 3 sides? I said, well, as a matter of fact, there were rights of way on 3 sides, and indeed there was an access on the 4th.
Yeah, but you're not suggesting that what the inspector has said here about the experience of the site from the footpaths that he's referring to is inaccurate, are you?
No, but it's a different question is what I'm pointing out. He's talking about visibility. I'm talking about the facts, what is actually there.
There is, as far as I can see, also there is no mention in the decision letter, is there, of the landscape character baseline having any cultural heritage value because of nearby heritage assets?
Within this assessment? Well, you surprised me. Obviously, I'm not a heritage witness, so I'm not going to comment. I know that Miss Stoughton she was the witness on this case, so I'm sure she would be able to answer about that.
No, it's not a heritage question. We're looking now, let me rephrase this in case I was unclear. In the, go back please to paragraph 13. Main issue 1, character and appearance. So in the section of the decision letter dealing with character and appearance, is there discussion of the landscape character value? It is a landscape question. The landscape character value of the site being influenced by heritage assets?
Not within that, but I can assure you it was an issue at the inquiry, and I'll allow Miss Stoughton to talk about the interface between heritage and landscape when she's on the stand.
Paragraph 28, please. Let me know when you're there, page 6.
Yes, I have that.
We can see that the inspector's conclusion is that by year 50 and beyond, the effects would be no greater than moderate in terms of any visual or landscape receptor, yes?
Yes.
That's not the case in relation to the appeal site, is it?
Yeah, we have one that's above. And we have, in fairness, we have a landscape receptor that's above as well.
Thank you. Can we then look at, so back to your proof of evidence, please, section 4.5.3, paragraph 261. Page 70.
Yes.
This is your discussion of the St James's Park site. If we look at paragraph 265,
yes,
where you've quoted from the committee report, the conclusion was the proposed development would have an impact on the landscape character and scenic quality of the area, but the enclosed nature of the site and the mitigation measures proposed result in a scheme that balances landscape character and scenic quality whilst delivering housing development. So this was a balance between the landscape impact and the delivery of housing, yes?
Yes.
We know, because you've told us, that the quantum of housing in the St James's scheme is 200, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is a significantly higher number of units than the scheme here would provide.
Yes.
And then please, let me just find the paragraph reference. Paragraph 70, please, page of this is your proof, paragraph 70, page 18.
Yes.
This is a proposal for 6 homes, yes?
Yes.
It's not remotely comparable to what's being proposed here, is it, realistically?
In scale, no, but I've put it in because there is obviously the point that it was accepted that it would not harm the character and appearance of the area, even though it's accepted that there would be some obviously localized effects, because of course the effects were localized. And that's obviously a repeating theme through all of these decisions, is that there is landscape and visual harm. The point is it's accepted that that landscape and visual harm doesn't affect the wider landscape. And therefore, the decision in each of those cases is that those developments, not this one in particular, but the other 2 developments, comply with policies, EM1 in particular.
Fine. I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume that I do have questions about the interpretation and the application of landscape policy, so landscape planning policy, but I assume you would prefer me to direct those to Mr. Ross.
He is our planning guru.
I look forward to talking with him next week. He can put that on his LinkedIn profile. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Thank you, sir. That's the end of the cross-examination.
Thank you.
Ms. Sargent, thank you very much indeed. Bear with me, I'll just see if I've got any questions to pick up. It usually works better if I have any that they come before re-exam in case it triggers any thoughts. I just wanted to just confirm a couple of the statements that you make in your proof, Mr. Smith. I'll take you very quickly to your para 99. I just want to understand a couple of the terms that you use. Para 99 includes a reference to things being entirely rural. Just where you read it and hope that that was right. Yes, post-development, you say, further from the settlement edge, at the west and south of the appeal site, the open space would become entirely rural in character. Now, that's quite a distance away from Dr. Hickey's view, and I'm just wondering how that terminology has come in there, whether it's something you stand by, entirely rural, or whether you perhaps whether it was a statement that was reflecting, as perhaps you referred to in cross-examination, the pattern as opposed to the actual materiality, the actual form of the provision, the meadows and the kickabout spaces and the paths, etc.
I stand by that statement, sir. I mean, further from the existing settlement edge, at the west and south of the appeal site, the open space would become entirely rural in character. So what are the components of the landscape? What would be the components of the landscape in those locations? There would be meadows, hedgerows, and there would be some paths. What are there at present? Hedgerows, fields, paths. The nature of the landscape changes, the management of the landscape changes, but ultimately the agricultural landscape as it stands is a managed landscape. And we would be having a different managed landscape. Does the fact that it's a different managed landscape mean that it's any less rural? I suggest not. Dr. Hickey says yes.
Thank you. And just sticking with that, I probably need to pull up the illustrative master plan.
Yeah. Shall I turn that up?
Which is 3.3, whatever it is. Let me just see if I can.
3.3, yeah.
Unlike advocates, though, I don't have the great links that I should have. Documents when I was thinking a week or so ago about a question that was triggered. It is around that same paragraph that locates the skate park allotments, bowling green, etc., to the eastern edge of the settlement.
Yes.
Now, partly pick up on that because when I first looked at that master plan, I saw a football pitch on the western edge of the settlement.
Yes.
I worried a little bit about that. I then saw the skate parks and the bowling greens, sort of very much sort of midway between eastern and western parts of it. Mm. I'm just wondering what you were getting at with the sort of focus of suggesting that those were being set to the eastern side of the site, because it feels to me that they're actually more dispersed than the urban, the residential, which is being directed to the eastern part of the site.
Yeah, no, I understand, sir. I mean, my point is that the two field parcels, the northeast one and the one to the south of that, are where the urban and suburban characteristics are being concentrated. So the idea is that we increase the degree of visual enclosure of those parcels with further hedgerow planting, with orchards, and those areas would then become over time, in visual terms, just more related to the settlement edge and severed visually from the rest of the site. And that means that the southern field and the western two fields would become areas of meadow, with hedgerows around the edges. You raised the point about the kickabout area, and I think I mentioned this.
You did.
In chief. Yeah, I'm not entirely comfortable, if I'm honest, with the notation that's used for a kickabout area. It's not a pitch, it's a kickabout area, and it should be left as an informal space.
So the separation between east and western parts of the side, there isn't, unfortunately, a nice simple hedgerow that runs north to south and divides it up. It's staggered through the side.
It is staggered, that's right. And
in fact, there's a complete field on the southern boundary that has no dividing hedgerow.
That's correct. And obviously the southern field is left pretty much untouched, although the management changes. But the sort of the field to the north of that, we are dividing with a new hedgerow. So effectively the dividing line, if you like, between west and east, which is staggered, you're absolutely right, is partly made out of existing hedges, mostly made out of existing hedges, and partly with a new hedge. Although, it's pretty clear that a lot of the hedgerows, the hedgerows that are there have either been, some of them have been breached, and a couple look like they have been lost. So what we're doing is reinstating something which is characteristic of the landscape pattern.
Right, is the assumption that there were other hedgerows then historically within those fields, that these larger fields are a result of agricultural practice in the 60s?
There have been different hedgerow boundaries over time. I'm not saying, sir, that proposed hedgerow is exactly on the line of a historic one.
I'll own up to not having cross-referenced into the heritage statements where I probably got historic field boundaries.
Maybe I can throw that hospital pass again. Love me for that.
Okay, and now you touched on this in cross-examination, and I don't want to take us back into those discussions, but you referenced a number of times in both your proof and your answers to Ms. Sargent's questions that you perceived that there was landscape enhancements coming from the open spaces.
Yes.
We know, and I don't need to have this discussion again, that Dr. Hickey's view is that it's the arable fields in their open form that have the value, and any change to that is detrimental. But you're actually promoting something slightly different. You're promoting that there are landscape enhancements. Now, in part, I saw that related to planting of additional trees and hedgerows. But I'm just wondering if you think that goes further, for example, to the meadows as opposed to them being retained as arable fields. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does. And yes, it goes partly to the meadows, definitely. I mean, obviously, historically, meadows were a much bigger part of our landscape, and we've lost so many of them. So to some extent, to have meadows is a more traditional land use. To have meadows in very, very obviously is a significant biodiversity enhancement, and it is something that the council's own green infrastructure strategy encourages. So the green infrastructure strategy says we want more orchards, we want more meadows, we want damp meadows, we want more hedgerow and tree planting. These are things that this scheme could provide. So there is if you like, a protection of the existing landscape structure and reinforcement of that. There is an enhancement in biodiversity terms. And so I think there's something much more than that. And I tried to convey this with my plates 3 and 4 in my proof, and that is contact with nature. And, I know, I know these sites intimately. In fact, that's my wife and youngest daughter in the top photograph. When you walk along a mown path through a meadow and see those species, it is an incredible experience. Anyone who's ever done that will know that is an incredibly enriching experience. And there is chapter and verse being written about that sort of contact with nature. And it's not just the flowers, it's the birds and everything that comes with it. So your experience of the countryside is enhanced by that sort of design, that sort of management. I'm not saying for a second that walking along the margin of an agricultural field is, entirely devoid of enjoyment. I do it a lot, but I would, most people would prefer to walk through a meadow and to still have those hedgerows around them.
Thank you. And just sort of on that, you do, in fact, not only refer to enhancements, but you also refer to the creation of new open space.
Yes.
But it is already open space. Did you mean, I just want to make sure you mean, and that I haven't missed that there's some way that there is a creation of open space, more accessible open space. I mean, is that about opening up the open space, or double open, as opposed to creating?
Yeah, it's about accessibility. It's about recreational opportunities. And so in that context, it's also worth thinking about, if we go back to TGN 0221 and the factors that you have to consider when you're thinking about landscape value, two of those factors include natural heritage, that's mainly ecology, and recreational opportunities. Now, by any reckoning, if we are taking fields which currently have very limited public access, if none, and we are allowing open and informal access across those areas, and if we're increasing biodiversity value, then we're actually potentially nudging up the landscape value of the site. And that's in accordance with that guidance. It is interesting, almost if you stand this on its head, if we were dealing here with a site which was already meadows, which were diverse, we had informal access across those meadows, and we were going to put houses on them, well, imagine just how sensitive that would be. And I think the answer to that question tells you which of those two options is valued more.
Okay. I just thought of another one that did raise its head to me when I was originally reading the proof, and that's the neighbourhood plan introduced the concept of views, vistas, and viewpoints.
Yes.
Did you differentiate at all between them in terms of the value that you gave when looking at those? I know that in this case, you've only paired up your own viewpoints with 4 of the neighbourhood plans. Sorry, 5 of the neighbourhood plans.
5, yeah.
5 and 6 together.
Yeah.
And 1 vista.
Yes.
But did you view them as having different values, different weightings, or did you just view them as pretty much the same thing described in 3 different ways?
I'm afraid it was the latter. I thought that there are 41 important views and vistas around Bramley, which is a lot. And I obviously consider them as important because they've been flagged up as being so. I think to try and give any one of those any precedence over the others would be dangerous for me to do. So I've just assumed that they all attract a level of significance, shall we say.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bannis,
Thank you, sir.
You had some re-examining.
Yes, I do, just a little bit. Could we start, please, with CD 5.4? That's the Hankinson Duckett. It's a Hankinson HDA.
HDA, yeah. Sensitive assessment.
And their LSA, sensitive assessment. And you've got that. Could you go, please, to page 8? And can we also get out Dr. Hickey's evidence? Because you asked about in the context of the discussion I had with him. And go, please, to his 6.12. Now, when you have that, if you let me know, so it's page 8 of CD 5.4, Dr. Hickey 6.12.
Yeah, I've got page 8, and sorry, they're both digital for me, so what was the other one?
Dr. Hickey's paragraph 6.12.
6.12.
Now,
Yes, I have both.
you asked various questions about what definition of medium sensitivity meant. If it was suggested that medium sensitivity equated to zero capacity, what would your response be to that?
Well, that can't be correct.
That's why.
Well, because first of all, because you're talking about sensitivity assessment here.
Yes. So the category medium sensitivity, you asked various questions about what that did or didn't mean.
Yes.
So it to the extent that it's implied that it equates to no capacity for development.
No.
Your judgment on that?
No. It very clearly means that there is some capacity. That's what it states.
If medium sensitivity did mean zero capacity, what purpose would there be in the medium high sensitivity or the high sensitivity categories? Would there be any point in them?
No.
Sorry, someone's having an Apple Watch. You get prodded when someone tells you.
Is it telling you to stand up?
It's telling me to stand up as well.
Breathe.
It's a brand new gadget, and I haven't got the use to how to turn it off. So it doesn't mean zero capacity, and otherwise, what would the point of high be? I get that. Have a look at Dr. Hickey, 612. He says the landscape has no ability to accommodate development, doesn't he? There,
He does.
What does that tell you about the extent to which his analysis is compatible with the description of medium sensitivity?
It seems to be on a very different path. He seems to be calibrated in a different way. He seems to have ascribed, well, he very definitely has ascribed a higher level of sensitivity to the site.
I'm going to drill down on the extent to which your analysis is compatible. The second sense of medium sensitivity, it may be able to accommodate the relevant type of development in limited situations without significant character change or adverse effects where such locations are defined.
Yes.
I was put to cross-examination. There was no flagging up. There was no definition, if you like, flagging up that that was the case for the appeal site, and therefore medium sensitivity, the point went, so it's put to you, therefore the analysis of HGA was that the appeal site couldn't accommodate the relevant type of development without significant character change or significant adverse effects. That was the way it was put to you.
Yeah.
I asked this now, you explained in evidence in chief, you did identify one significant adverse effect.
I did.
Namely from viewpoint 3, and you mentioned that in your proof 238.
Yes.
So bearing that in mind, is your analysis consistent or inconsistent with the description of the development of BRAM 001 as a site which is medium sensitivity in the terms described there?
No, it is absolutely aligned with it. And I had a localized landscape significant effect as well, whilst the overall effects were not significant.
And could you then turn a couple of pages back in the HDA, 2.4, page 5, 2.4. It says there the majority of assessed sites have a housing development scenario which assumes % built form.
Yes.
60%.
Yeah.
And 40% open space with a density of 35 dwellings per hectare.
Yeah.
They notice on say a limited number of sites assessed against a different scenario. So my first question, is there any indication that BRAM 001 is assessed against a different scenario?
No.
So what relevance, if any, does the fact that the findings in relation to BRAM 001 in this document, the findings of a 60-40 built form versus open space portion?
Well, it means it's very much a worst case assessment because clearly we're looking at 75% of the site being open space. So it's a very different set of criteria.
The HDA document away. A few more questions, including a couple of raised after your discussion with the inspector a few moments ago. it was put to you that on parts of the site, if one looked to drill down on parts of the site, it could be said that the magnitude of change would be large, my learned friend's word, and I'm quoting her, because they won't be fields anymore. In your judgment, how useful is that approach to say, well, the area on which the development will be, there won't be fields anymore? How useful is that approach to testing the landscape and visual acceptability of a greenfield development?
Well, where to begin? I mean, obviously, if you focus in too much detail on the elements, you can't see the overall picture. It's the honest truth. But what I've tried to do is I've tried to break the landscape into its constituent elements. I've made judgments about each of those, and then I've made overarching judgments about what the overall effects are. At the end of the day, what people generally perceive is the overall character effects, but you have to look into the details too.
Field patterns next. You had a dialogue with Ms. Sargent over your conclusion that the objective in relation to the overall pattern of farmland and woodland would be respected. And you said that the critical thing was the field pattern remained the same. Can you just elaborate a little, if you'd like, on why you see that as the field pattern as opposed to the land use within the field? Why, in your judgment, that's important? Like you described.
Yeah, it's one factor. I mean, it is part of the structure of the landscape. It is a very traditional element of our landscape, and maintaining and enhancing it is really important, because it is, and likewise losing it is a significant harm. So keeping that structure is a way of maintaining character on a site. Clearly, alongside that, you do have to think about how you're using the spaces around the hedgerows, but and the maintenance of that is a significant gap in any scheme.
And then on that issue, just returning to the dialogue just had with the inspector a moment ago about you had a discussion about the new hedgerow planting.
Yes.
And you said, well, there's been different hedgerows over time. You couldn't say there's one exactly there, but there'd been a cycle of change. Hedgerow structure was a consistent pattern, but precise locations would vary. Just anything more you want to say about the relevance of that for considering the field pattern issue and the extent to which that's important?
Well, I think what we're doing is we are retaining and indeed defining fields of the scale that is traditional and characteristic of this area. And we are either doing that by retaining existing hedgerows or putting in those new hedgerows. And you have to remember, as part of that, when you link two hedgerows, you create wildlife links that were not there. That is a significant gain in biodiversity terms in its own right. So there's a green infrastructure design point there about there's a sort of heritage, there's a landscape, and a natural heritage benefit to that.
And again, building on a discussion you had with the inspector, you were asked, didn't mean to turn it up, about the reference in paragraph 99 of your proof to the open space being entirely rural in character.
Yes.
If someone were to say, well, the only manifestation of rural character is farmland, if you want to be rural, you've got to be a field, farmland, as opposed to a meadow or country park, what would your response be to that?
Well, to say something like that would be to not recognise the changes in management that have occurred over the last 50 years. I mean, if you think about the set-aside regime, for example, where we suddenly had huge chunks of agricultural land changing their management, does that mean it's no longer countryside? Clearly not. Or indeed, farmers who've decided to sign up to some environmental management regime where they do, of their own volition, create meadows on their land. Does that mean that's not countryside? That cannot be right.
And the last question, you were asked some points about Mr. Hickey's methodology and the discussion I had with him about the fact that on his approach, I think it was viewpoint 10, one of the viewpoints was one notch down from the very worst possible degree of significance. You asked some questions about that. And you said you used the words a sense check, that the fact that what one sees in that photo montage image that we looked at with him yesterday and you looked at today, the fact that was one notch down from developing the significance of developing the whole field, you said was a sense check. Just being clear, applying that sense check, the fact that that viewpoint is one rung down from the worst possible impact in significance terms, what does that tell you about the soundness of Dr. Hickey's analysis?
Well, it tells me that he's made the judgment that it is an incredibly sensitive landscape. And I don't wish to overstate it, but that to me sounds like he has overestimated the sensitivity of that landscape and indeed the magnitude of effects on it.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I've got no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Feel free to rejoin us.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. Mr. Smith, thank you very much for your time. You may stand down.
Thank you, sir.
We're at 10:03, as we rather thought there would be time allotted. I'm Sergeant, going to suggest that we take a break before we ask Mr. Dawes to come up, but let me just do a sense check. In terms of in chief, we're not talking a significant length of time, nor in cross-examination. We're comfortable we'll meet 5 o'clock, which is our hard,
Totally comfortable meet 4 o'clock, to be honest.
our hard target today. Just didn't want to set off on something if there was a risk to it. I'm sure you'd probably appreciate a break before we call Mr. Dawes up.
Yes. Got to swap him round anyway.
Yeah. What do we feel? I mean, I'm happy to go with 15 minutes from now, but if you think that's okay, we'll go for that.
Yes.
That'll be 3:05. Everybody, thank you very much for that. I'll see you at 3:05.
Thank you.
Talk to Richard for
our two main landscape witnesses within this topic. We're now moving on to dealing with the urban design issues. As I said, not typically part of an outline application case, but the point being made by the council in their reason for refusal around relationship to the settlement, etc., is what's driving it. This case, and we had agreed that Mr. Dawson, the part of his evidence that has been specifically identified, was going to be brought forward to be included within this. So that's where we are at. Ms. Sargent, I'll hand over to you to introduce Mr. Dawes. Oh,
sorry, introduce Mr. Dawes. I think Councillor Bell has
the one time I don't ask if
has joined us just to seek an update on the timetable, and I've given him my understanding of the position. But since he's journeyed here to inquire, I thought it was polite, really, that he be able to hear from you and ask any questions he may have.
Well, I think that's very fair, because this is the first of our change to the timetable. But as I said, my wish was not to want to interfere with it too much, other than just trying to be efficient in terms of inquiry time. So retaining Mr. Burton, who will be the appellant's witness on urban design, for tomorrow morning still. But all other matters beyond that at the moment appear to be likely to follow in part, although I still think we're going to get close to getting through the heritage stuff this week. Yes.
The discussions will still be on Tuesday.
The roundtable discussions I've undertaken to not change from being next Tuesday.
Thank you, sir.
Is that all right? Thank you, Councillor Bell. However, just at the end of today, we'll agree what the programme looks like, so that can then be posted on the website, so that others, if looking at it, can see clearly where we are at. Right. Ms. Sargent.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Dawes. If we can take it on proof of evidence at page 4. You can see that you explain that you're Tim Dawes. You've been appointed by the council to provide evidence in support of this case. You hold over 29 years of professional experience, principally in development management and nearly all in local authority public sector planning. You left your position as head of place at Guildford Borough Council in October 2021, and then joined Planet Consulting as their planning director. And you say you've appeared as a professional expert with several public inquiries last year. You hold a town planning degree from South Bank University. You're a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. And then at paragraph 1.3, you explain that you conducted a site visit on the 13th of October of last year in the company of Dr. Hickey. And you've confirmed for us at paragraph 1.4 that you're providing evidence in accordance with the guidelines of the RPI. Can you confirm that everything remains accurate and true, please?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, the section of your proof of evidence that we're dealing with this afternoon is 4A. So can you turn please to the beginning of that section on page 32?
Yes, I've got that.
And we'll see that 4A is a shortish section running from page 32 to halfway down page 38. I'm going to largely take it as read. Mostly we can see, starting at 4.1, some descriptive passages about Bramley, carrying on through 4.6, 4.7, and then one point to pick up at 4.8, where you're discussing Burlington Way as a recent development. You say the exact number of units is not known. Have you gained any more information in that regard since you wrote your proof?
Yes, it was more than 120. It was 200 units. Yeah.
200. Thank you. And we can see what you have to say about the Burlington Way development at 4.9, and then at 4.10, 4.11, you really see your view is expressed at 4.10, where you say the proposed level of housing and the form of housing will be totally out of kilter with the current village pattern, and introduce a stock estate housing responsibility to a very different form of lucent development nearest the site. It might be helpful if we can take up the illustrative master plan. Do you have that to hand?
I've got a hard copy. I think for those working online, it's probably easiest to find it in the urban design.
In the DAS. Or the urban design group.
Or in Mr. Burton's urban design appendices. It's on page 32, I believe.
Thank you. So by reference to the illustrative master plan, can you just summarise for the inspector's benefit, please, what your concerns are in relation to the scheme being out of kilter with the village pattern?
Yeah, so I think when I visited the site, I spent really quite some time walking around the whole site, and I think what struck me is when you look at the housing to the left-hand side of the street and Minchin's Lane, there were several things that struck me. The first was it's quite a narrow strip of land running along that section. I say in my proof it's roughly about 30 sort of buildings or built units. They're not all residential, so they're a mixture of uses, but predominantly residential. And I think what struck me is the sort of reasonable size buildings in sort of reasonable sort of spaces of land. And I think the other thing, when I was on the far footpath, so in other words, the western side, looking back, it very much.
No, that's very fair, because previously we haven't had people sitting in the back of the room, and I've discounted microphones. And I would say that Mr. Dawes is fairly quietly spoken. So we'll run with microphones. Thank you for reminding us. Appreciate that.
So on the western footpath, when I was walking along there and sort of looking back to the built form that I've just described, in other words, the existing edge of settlement to Bramley, it very much sort of struck me that this is a very established sort of edge of settlement sort of boundary. So, you almost sort of struggle just to sort of pinpoint exact buildings. So they're very well landscaped. It's exactly as you'd expect it. The trees are very mature. It's well landscaped, and it's interspersed with built form along that settlement boundary. And I think what sort of struck me was when you look at the proposal before us, the form of built form, whilst it's at a low density, and I don't dispute that for a moment, it comes out quite a long way back into the field. So it's quite a sort of deep development. If you sort of almost sort of disregard the sort of the principle of whether housing should go here or not, I'd have probably more sympathy if the line of built form was almost a mirror of that linear form of development along the street and Minchin's Lane. So in other words, a similar width. But to my mind's eye, it's more than double that, and clearly stretches quite far back into the fields. The other thing that struck me as well, I know there's been a lot of debate about the difference between agricultural rural fields and what's being proposed here. And I fully accept that the 75% or 76% is laudable, and it's a significant amount of open space. I don't dispute that for a moment. But I do think it is different. And when I was on the sites, I felt it would look different to the rural agricultural fields. I think anyone sort of looking at the development as a whole would see that really, I suppose, the western edge of the open space as the sort of the new settlement boundary. So I think you would perceive the whole thing as one. And I think when you put in there the skate park, the kick around area, the children's play area, bowling green, the allotments, all these elements, I think you have to come to the conclusion that it is different to ploughed fields, rural agricultural fields. And then sort of, I suppose those are probably the main points I'd like to make.
Thank you. And then the next part of this section of your proof deals with the Brenda Parker Way. You described it in 4.12, and then the detailed description set out on page 36. So can you just summarise what your concerns are in relation to specifically the Brenda Parker Way, please.
Yeah, so I was quite struck by the fact that you can walk around on really sort of proper solid footpaths around the whole site. And the Brenda Parker Way is just quite of interest to me. I've walked a significant amount of the South Downs Way, so that immediately sort of came up in my mind, my head. And I don't for a moment say that this is on a par with the South Downs Way, but you just have to do a quick Google of this route. And they sort of run ultra runs through here. You get a lot of hiker sort of groups doing walks through there. So I think it's quite well used. It's quite widely used, and I think it's got a bit of a regional sort of feel to it in terms of its use. Like I said, it's not on I think on a par with the South Downs Way, but it's 78 miles long. It's clearly well used, and I think it's worth noting that element of it, which I've noted in my proof.
Thank you, Mr. Dawes. Sticking at this point in the inquiry uniquely to your 4.A, is there anything else that you want to say by way of your evidence in chief on this, your evidence?
No, I don't think so, but thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the evidence in chief.
Sergeant, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Banner.
Thank you, sir. If I may, sir, I'll keep my microphone off so we don't have to play toggle with the microphone.
You're right.
So if you can't hear me, let me know.
He says he can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Oh, well, then. Okay, we'll have to toggle then.
Yeah.
You know the drill by now, Mr. Dawson. No, it's right, of course, isn't it, that you come to this issue from the perspective as a planner with no qualifications or professional expertise in architecture, urban design, landscape, etc. That's right.
That is correct. I think I felt almost sort of duty bound as a planner to sort of comment on these points. You know well that someone in my previous position would have been involved many times talking to developers about layouts and making them either small or changing them. And I think it's my role to certainly comment them, but absolutely from a planning perspective, yeah.
Yes, but just to pick up, obviously in your previous role as head of planning at Guildford, you would have had that involvement you described, but you wouldn't have designed a development yourself or done an LVIA or written a DAS, anything like that, would you?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you. Can we agree that the question in relation to design, etc., the question for the inspector is, if outline permission is granted, would that mean that at the reserve matters stage, the council would be capable of securing a high quality design?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a slightly odd position. The situation is, it's sort of crystal ball gazing to a degree, with an outline application with just access on the table. At reserve matters, quite a lot could change in terms of, various matters, but yeah.
Let's take that in stages. This is EIA development, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So there's a parameters plan which has to be tied in, matter of law. Yeah.
Yep.
And if the inspector
I'm
satisfied.
Sorry, which parameters plan are we?
Well, there are parameters which will be tied into the development. Mr. Sergeant, I'm asking the questions, not you.
No, sorry.
EIA development, and the inspector will have to grant permission in terms.
Plan here.
There are parameters that will have to be set by the planning commission.
Yeah, but I haven't been given a
Parameter plan.
Parameters plan.
Mr. Dawes, if permission is granted. No, let me rephrase this because the interruption was distracting. If the inspector is satisfied that the illustrative scheme and the photo montages which are agreed to be representative of the illustrative scheme, if he is satisfied that they are demonstrative of a high quality development, it is right, isn't it, that they fall within the parameters of any outline permission that can be granted. That's right, isn't it?
I I believe so, but
Thank you.
But just to qualify it, at the same time, we all know on schemes of this sort of size, things can change considerably. So the reserve matters could change considerably.
Well, who is the body that decides whether reserve matters approval should be granted?
The local authority.
And therefore, in whose power lies it to secure the form of development shown in the illustrative layout, should that be considered to be necessary?
The local authority.
Thank you. Let's go back to your proof. Paragraph 4.9. Sorry, one more question. If there was anything in the material before the inquiry which the inspector considered needed to be secured in any grant of permission, so need to be fixed in, it would be open to him to include that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So the parameters currently set by the application permission, if the inspector wanted to tighten them up and firm them down, that would be something that would be open to the inspector to do, wouldn't it?
Yep, it would normally be probably by way of planning condition, but yeah.
And you've not suggested, actually, have you, on behalf of the council, any further tightening of the parameters beyond that which is proposed, because the conditions subject to sewage are agreed, aren't they?
I haven't suggested anything else. No.
Yes. And the environmental statement contains a parameters plan. Yes, figure 3.1. Have you seen that?
I haven't.
Right. Okay. Well,
I take it as read.
well, I'll come back to you and ask you about planning, but assume that there is a parameters plan in there.
Yeah.
Should it be considered to be necessary to make the event acceptable, that there could be a condition requiring any reserve matters to be in general accordance with that parameters plan.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
And you presumably you've seen lots of conditions to that effect in your previous role. You've probably imposed quite a few to that effect when you were head of planning at Guildford. Yes. Good. Can we now then go to your proof, paragraph 4.9? I'm only going to focus for today's purpose on the aspects of 4A that deal with design and sort of settlement pattern. There's a few things you talk about that sort of relate to settlement hierarchy and service and facilities. I'll save that for planning, if I may. Now, at 4.9, you say this. You say, what is striking and apparent when walking around the periphery of the site is a sporadic nature of the existing development abutting the site along the street and mentions layout. Sporadic nature of that form of housing, you're going to say, is loosely defined, etc. Sort of reasonably sizable dwellings in large plots, effectively spread out. Yep. Sort of linear form. That's the point you say. There's a mismatch, effectively, between that settlement pattern and what would happen in the appeal scheme. And that's one of your main points in relation to character, is it not?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, can we, bearing that point in mind, take up Mr. Smith's evidence again, please, and go, please, to page 45. And at page 45, there begins a succession of plates. We've quite seen these already a few times, and they'll be familiar viewing to someone who's been on the site and around the site. And plates 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 show some of that sporadic development you refer to in your 12.9, don't they?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that what we see here is a less than ideal settlement edge in urban design terms?
I don't understand the point, less than ideal.
Well, you have a fairly abrupt change from settlement to countryside with various outbuildings and domestic clutter. See, for example, plate 8 and plate 10, without any sense of transition.
That's not what I saw on site. What I saw on site was a very soft edge, really quite well treed, well landscaped, and I don't share that view that there was sort of an abruptness.
Right. So you're looking at those photographs we see on page 45 and 46. Soft edge, is that how you describe it?
Well, from what I saw on site, yes, yeah.
Well, I'm asking you about these photographs.
Photographs. One on page 45 obviously shows the building sort of fairly close up. But I take the point. You can see the building. It takes up most of the photograph, but from my site visit, I saw something different.
So okay. Well, so the inspector will see the site in about a week's time. But so just so the inspector understands the basis on which you've done your analysis, do you analyse the urban design, etc., related issues from the starting point that the settlement edge is not capable of any further improvement?
No, I'm not saying that. What my point is a fairly simple point, is that when I went on site, I saw very sporadic buildings on the edge of settlement. I actually found them, I had to really look quite hard to sort of pinpoint where they were and see where they were. It wasn't that obvious to me from the footpaths. And I felt, when you try to blend in 140 units beyond that, they will look very obvious compared to what I saw on the edge currently.
So you're restating, because I'm not actually asking about the development at the moment, I'm asking about the status quo, because you refer in your proof to the sporadic nature of existing development abutting the site,
Yep.
The loosely defined housing. And I'm just trying to understand whether you formed a view one way or the other as to whether that provides an appropriate settlement edge or not. And I think the answer is either yes, you think it is appropriate.
Yeah.
Let me finish the question first. No, you accept it's got scope for improvement, or you haven't formed a view one way or the other. So which of the three things?
I personally found it very appropriate.
Very appropriate.
I found it a soft edge to the settlement.
Soft edge to the settlement.
Yep.
I'm not going to debate that with you because the inspector will perform his view, whether your starting point for analysis is correct. Do you agree that in urban design terms, single plots spread out sporadically tend to have few or no placemaking advantages? Do you agree that?
It's a very difficult one to answer, really.
Okay.
Because, when you have sporadic individual plots like that, they've grown up over a period of time. They sort of blend into the landscape. So I think they do create a sort of sense of place. They certainly create an atmosphere and a feeling to the edge of the settlement. And to me and to my mind's eye as a planner, it's very, very clear to see. It's very defined where the settlement ends, where the agricultural fields start.
So you think they do have placemaking advantages? I mean, I'd keen to know that they do have placemaking advantages, being sporadic single plots in large gardens. Don't. I suggest to you they don't. If you disagree, that's fine. I'll ask Mr. Burton from his expert view whether.
No, I do think they create a sense of place. Yeah.
You do. Understood. Paragraph 4.11, your proof. You say this. Could you get, while we're on this point, 2.3?
Sorry, second, where do you want me?
CD 2.3. So it's 4.11 your proof and CD 2.3. And I want to explore the issue of linearity. Linearity. So it's CD 2.3, which is the reasons for refusal, and your proof, paragraph 4.11.
I got the reasons for refusal from somewhere else. I'm just struggling to select one. CD 2.3. But, yeah. Which reason for refusal?
One that, yeah, of course, context within which we're discussing that. Now, so I won't rush you to tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Now, in your proof, you say this, that the existing development along the street and Minchin's Lane has developed over time as a linear form of development. I emphasise the words along the street and Minchin's Lane. And the reason I emphasised those words is because the way the case is put in the reasons for refusal, we don't need to go there, but it's the same in the statement of case, is the development is out of keeping with the prevailing built form of Bramley. And it's that would give the impression that the focus of the charge in this respect has narrowed from being out of keeping with the prevailing form of Bramley to being out of keeping from the prevailing form of the street and Minchin's Lane, if you see what I mean. Am I right that the focus has narrowed to the street and Minchin's Lane from Bramley as a whole?
I think my focus.
Could you answer the question first and then give the elaboration?
It's a difficult one to answer. I think my focus certainly in this section was very much on the bit abutting the new development.
I appreciate it's a difficult answer, but I am paid to ask difficult questions, Mr. Dawson. Could you answer it?
As to Bramley, not.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the case now as put by you is not Bramley, is it? It's Minchin's Lane Street. Yes?
Correct.
Thank you. That's helpful. And indeed, you don't, do you, in your foray, consider the settlement pattern of Bramley as a whole?
No, I don't.
With me a moment. So when at 410, the last three lines, you say that the development is out of kilter with the current village pattern. I mean, there is no analysis of the village pattern. The allegation is the pattern of the particular vicinity of the development. That's right, isn't it?
In that paragraph, it is, yes.
Yes, that's what you mean. Thank you. I mean, the prevailing form of Bramley as a whole includes, doesn't it, the more recent developments, such as but not limited to St James's Park and I keep forgetting his name, the Persimmon development, Burlington.
Yes.
Yes. And those are two of a number of cul-de-sac type developments in Bramley, aren't they?
Yep.
Have you walked within and around those developments?
I've driven up and around, but not walked.
It's fair, isn't it, that sort of cul-de-sac type development is a prevailing feature of Bramley?
I'm not sure I can I can say that as a whole. It has many forms and different types of development. I think to say that.
So I'm saying that a prevailing feature rather than the prevailing feature. It's one of the prevailing features. Do you agree with that?
It incorporates cul-de-sac development.
Now, to the extent that the street or part of the street and Minchin's Lane give the appearance of a linear form of settlement, it is just that, isn't it? It's an appearance, because Bramley itself is not a linear settlement. Do you agree?
Yes, I would, yeah.
Thank you. Could we then, with all of that in mind, take up the DAS CD 1.2?
Sorry, say again.
CD 1.2, the design and access statement. And within it, please, could we go to page 13, I think? Over to page 13, you should have a section entitled Built Context.
Sorry, it's just taking time to load up.
Yeah, that's probably about 50 million megabytes. It's just take ages to load up.
I'm there now.
And there's a description of built context. I won't read it all out because it would take too much time, but the introductory paragraph notes the village of Bramley developed from the area surrounding the church, south, site, opposite setback from the road, large driveways to the front, no strict precedent or style in terms of layout of residential areas. However, many cul-de-sac developments are typical where one single access and egress point from the street serves a cluster of housing, and so on. That's all fair comment, isn't it?
Yep.
And could you then please go to page 33? And
So I'm not there yet.
sorry.
Yep.
I sort of jumped ahead through the DAS, and obviously it needs to be read sequentially, but the what section 3.2 does is explain how the site context has been taken into account in formulating the design concept. That's a fair summary of what 3.2 does, isn't it?
Yes.
And you may disagree with the conclusion, if you like, but you're not suggesting, are you, that there's been any failure to have regard to any particular aspect of site or settlement context, are you?
No, I mean, you've gone through a rigorous process and come up with the proposal put forward.
And say, for example, page 35, placemaking. We see there the way that the layout or certain character areas, the entrance feature, boulevard, streets, lanes, farmstead, buildings arranged in informal courtyard form, simple vernacular pitch roofs and open gables to spill out onto the open spaces. These are all things that are capable of being secured in reserve matter stage, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Then next paragraph, taking cues from the traditional buildings with the local vocabulary of traditional materials, roof forms, and window proportions. Limited palette of materials consistent with local vernacular architecture is proposed. And there's a description there: pitch roofs, mixture of tiles and slates, pitch roofs, frontages forming a consistent line on the streets, etc. Again, these are all things that are capable of being secured.
Yes.
And they are all features of development that take account of settlement context and site context, aren't they?
Yes.
Do you accept that in architectural terms, the parameters of the outline permission sought would mean it's within the powers of the local authority at reserve matter stage, if it does its job properly, to ensure a very high quality of built form?
Yes, I've seen nothing of my reading in terms of materials, building heights, density. But I think, we do have to remind ourselves it is an outline application with only access being looked at. But in terms of materials, density, building heights, I've seen nothing that.
I think the answer is, sorry, I have caveat, the answer to my question is yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And again, with the open space, comments have been made. I'm not going to go over around that I've already been covered with other witnesses about whether the open space would how it read in character terms, but as open space goes, in quantity and quality, it's capable of being very high quality, isn't it?
It is capable of being high quality, yeah.
Thank you. Put the DAS away, and I want to ask you a few more questions against the context of those answers, by reference back to your proof. Nearly at the end. You say at 414, 414. there's no attempt by the development to introduce a legible relationship to dwellings along the street in Minchin's Lane. Could you explain to us so that Mr. Burton can respond?
Yeah, so
I'll ask the question first. What I'm asking you to explain what attempt you would like to have seen.
I think this comes back to the point I made in chief. So, you know, the point I sort of said that I'd have more sympathy, I think, if the sort of the land take reflected the element I pointed out, the 30 or so dwellings that are existing. So if the land take was similar, it would create a different form, less deep, maybe less estate looking. Then that's the point I'm trying to make.
You think that could potentially be an acceptable outcome?
Well, I'm saying if you disregard the whole sort of edge of settlement, is this a suitable site? The heritage point, the landscape points. If you say to yourself, this is an acceptable site in the countryside, I'd be looking to a much smaller development, I suspect around the sort of 50, 60, 70 mark, probably reflecting the land take between the street, Minchin's Lane, back to the edge of the settlement boundary. So a similar amount, less estate looking. I think my issue with this proposal is the depth of the development. And that's why I put the stock housing response in there.
That goes back to the linear point that we discussed.
Yeah.
Yes. Less estate looking. That's my next point. 410, page 35 of your proof. You say the development would introduce a stock estate housing response, And that, obviously that analysis has informed your last answer. I want to probe that, if I may. We've agreed that at the reserve matter stage, the authority will be able to ensure a very high quality of built form. And we agreed that the authority at the reserve matter stage will ensure a very high quantity and quality of open space. How then would this development be a stock housing estate?
Well, I think that was my view when I looked at the three pockets of housing, the depth of the housing, the layout. I felt it looked quite a stock response, even though I fully accept you can have high quality materials, the density's low, the spacing's reasonable, and of course the open space is significant.
Might all have different senses of the word stock, but and ultimately that's much better. But it's not a stock response to have 76% of the site.
No, it's not.
Is it?
No, it's not. It's unusual.
I have to be careful what I say because Persimmon are a very good client of mine. But is it sensibly your evidence that this scheme would be really no better than the Burlington site scheme that one sees? Really no better at all. Is that how you've approached it?
I'm not a great fan of the layout proposed for the reasons I just gave in terms of what I thought.
My question there. Are you sensibly saying that this is a cookie cutter development and no more? Is that really what you're saying?
No, I would I'd say it's above that.
Probably everything else we could probably pick up in our planning discussion, Mr. Dawes. So we'll pause there. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir. You did finish before 4. We're subject to your questions and Sergeant's re-examination.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Banner. Sorry, I'm just sorting through which questions of mine are perhaps better left to the planning part when I've heard your positions in chief and on cross-exam. Yeah, Mr. Dawes, I too picked up when I read your proof for the first time, your view that this was to be a stock housing estate. I guess there is a question that says, sorry, Mr. Councillor Bell, I haven't put my microphone on.
I think two do work.
Oh, I can now. I couldn't. Oh, Mr. Banner's was on. I too picked up in your proof where there was a reference to stock. Mr. Banner has rightly pointed out that this scheme has 76%. We haven't actually bottomed out exactly where that calculation is.
Going to do that.
No doubt we will do. But no one's challenging it. And you've quite rightly said that it's unusual, as indeed has other witnesses said that it's unusual to have such a large area of open space. Perhaps I put it another way, if we took out the open space, which is the western side, and you looked at the scheme that's proposed in terms of housing, is that where your comment, stock housing, came?
Yeah, I think that'd be fair to say. It's. I think for me, the form of housing jars. That's probably a better way of putting it. It jars with what's there on the edge of settlement boundary. I think when you get to site and have a good look at it, as you walk around the footpaths, you barely pick up on those individual units that form the edge of settlement boundary. There's a real subtlety to it, and I don't have the subtlety when I see this level of housing and the form of housing and the depth of the housing that is shown here.
But again, slightly taking Mr. Banner's point, there's nothing to stop the local authority requiring that boundary to the open space to be similarly well vegetated, similarly delivered in a way that would give it perhaps that slightly looser settlement edge that you're hoping to recreate.
Yeah, to a degree, we've all seen them. I have an anxiety about the open space. You've got, they've clearly looked at the neighbourhood plan and sort of said, look, neighbourhood plan says skate park, allotments, bowling green, and sure enough, as you'd expect a developer to do, a skate park, bowling green, allotments, play area are all in there. Well, that's fine, but it has quite an urban feel to it. A skate park. We all know what a skate park looks like. It's a lump of concrete. It's just slightly odd. I've been to these sort of parks, and they're quite manicured. Yes, you've got the allotments in there. So yes, you could have. Coming back to what you're asking, you could have a soft boundary to the housing, but I think ultimately, when you look at the wider picture, I think you'll see the 140 houses in context. You'll also see that sort of country park, which is very different, very different. I come from a rural village. I walk my dog by rural fields daily, 2 or 3 times a day, and there's a really different context to rural agricultural fields compared to this country park with a skate park, bowling green. People will park up next to the bowling green. You're going to have proper paths, properly bound sort of resin paths. It just has a very different feel to it. And yes, you can put your landscaping next to the housing, but I still think it'll have a very different feel.
Okay, I think that's helpful for me, because that your design concerns go therefore beyond the realm of just the housing to the issues about not the housing and its relationship to its open space, and then that concurrent relationship of that open space to the existing rural character surrounding it.
Yeah, and in my mind's eye, I think if regardless of the heritage side, the landscape, I think if you had a smaller element of housing, like I said, a strip similar to what's there at the moment, that 30 house strip, and less open space, ironically, I think the impact would be less overall. The 76% is laudable. It is very unusual. It's very unusual. And I think the appellants are sort of promoting it as a fantastic thing. And I think in a sort of country park way, I sort of get it. But at the same time, it was like my point earlier on in Chief. You're affecting a much, much wider area than probably needs to be. That's the point.
Thank you very much. That's just sort of helped crystallise my understanding of the case. Position, Mr. Sergeant, did you have any re-examination that you wanted to put? Mr. Dawes?
I did not, sir.
Thank you very much. Well done, Mr. Penny. You win for projecting likely time today. Mr. Dawes, thank you for your time on those matters. You may stand down. We'll be seeing you again. Okay, a moment's breath. Then while we just look at anything that could be gained in the time we have here. I'm sticking with, I think, better for the fact that we are potentially being viewed by others on streaming, but we stick as close to the programme that is available to people as possible, which is Mr. Burton to kick off tomorrow morning. Is there anything we can usefully use this short period of time, well, a period of time that we have now, go further? Might it be better served by people to just...
I mean, one thing, is there a time by which you would like to have the 5-year supply statement of common ground? I say that diplomatically. I don't want to get into finger pointing like that, but there will come presumably before the weekend.
It has to be before the weekend, because you'll know that would be my chance to prep on it.
Indeed.
When sort of travel, etc., is taken into account. And we're going to be seeing it happening on opening day.
I'm sure those involved will
is there restrictions?
No, I mean, the honest answer is we haven't heard back from the council yet, so we're waiting to hear. Well, good thing I raised it then. Yes, it's on stuck in the ether. Yes, it's on someone's spam box. Yes, we thought we were waiting for something from the council.
We seem to have it back from you.
Yes, there we are. Well, good thing I raised it. There we are. We've done something useful with the time.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. All right, then let me just, before we wrap up, just confirm. There is a slight change to the programme. Mr. Dawes has on from Thursday. Mr. Burton's in there. I think Dr. Hicks will complete Thursday on heritage matters relatively comfortably. We may get some of Miss Stoughton, but let's perhaps have her in Friday.
I just want
programme. Yep. Please do.
Just on that point, we've gone slightly less rapidly than I thought we might do today. If we get to the point where we have some time left tomorrow and we've completed Miss Stoughton's evidence in chief, would you wish to start the cross-examination, or would your preference be to wait until Friday?
Simple answer is I know how the systems work here. Practically, I think you have to put some lines in the sand so people can prep properly for them. Miss Stoughton's cross-exam won't be before Friday morning.
Thank you.
However, I'd like to get as close to that everything being completed before that as we can tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Equally, I wouldn't want to start it and have it interrupted halfway through. So we can confidently say, worst case scenario is Miss Stoughton's exam. Best and worst, actually, thinking about it. Only option, Miss Stoughton's cross-exam will be on Friday. Best case scenario, it starts Friday.
Yes.
Yep. So if the programme can be updated, I don't know kind of who holds, I know I started this one off, but I don't really hold these.
We rather now. He sort of took the initiative on your behalf. So we've got the Word document version of this.
Yeah, and I think I probably stole this from another inquiry some other time.
So if you're happy for us to, kind of do the tweaks,
if you can make sure then that it's put on the website, so anyone looking overnight is aware of where we're at and what's happening tomorrow and what's actually happening on Friday. I think that would be extremely helpful.
Got something to raise with you outside of inquiry with Nottingham's Sergeant Presence about precise timings on Friday, but for reasons I'll explain, it's appropriately done outside the inquiry.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. All right. Anything else that we can deal with? Anything else outstanding?
I don't think so.
I just have to. I just keep that nasty post-it list going. I just have to check it every now and then. No. Excellent. Nothing else, then we'll adjourn here. Very happy to have a quick discussion, Ms. Sargent, if you're available, just to resolve.
Slightly flat there, because I think we're still broadcasting.
Yes, no, absolutely.
I understand that. Nothing untoward.
Outside of that, we can adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow. I'll keep an extra alarm on to remind me. I will just briefly apologise once again. Actually, in 18 years, it's the first time. Mr. Banner, which is rather worrying. Okay, I'll see you
Thank you,
all at
sir.
9:30.
Thank you.